It's kind of funny, guys, because like I knew I was gonna get here before the sun, but I didn't know it was gonna be this difficult to see. But we are in the yard. These are the types of units that you see right there, the SLX. Let me see what happens if I turn my flashlight on. I don't want to blind my own self. Oh wow, that's blinding now. I'm sorry about that. Alright, let's see here. I could try doing something like this. You see that one says, oops, stay right there, Loopy. You know, it's funny, there's this guy on Facebook Facebook Reels, who's like convincing everybody that they need to clean their windows with WD-40. And I tried to clean my window with WD-40 and I got an oily film all over my window, and the only thing that really seems to help is alcohol. Okay, so my VIN is X0112. It is a J-Flight SLX. Those trailers are saying like SLX on the side, but they're ending Charlie 0172. So I'm just looking for that one. I can't tell what that one was. 174, 181, 153. So there must be another row that it has X. Charlie. But I have learned to just take your time and go through, because see, some of those are not stamped on the front and they could literally be the ones. But we're still looking at Charlie's over here. Charlie, man, it is so dark. Charlie. You can't read that. So these are all like basically, I'd say, from the same lot. So let's zip on down here. It's just a bunch of these, the same little Jayco type trailers. So sorry for the crazy glare there. I know you can't see nothing. So mine is X0112. X0138, X0141. We're getting warmer. TS. Oh, X0120, 139. That's a Charlie. Sierra. X140. X1114. We're looking for your little two less than you, bro. Charlie. Sierra. Come on, baby. Where you at? 195. What are you? Charlie. There she is. C T75X. T75X0112. That's our trailer right there, family. This flashlight is sweet. Thing is bright, man. It definitely does more than you need. Okay, so I gotta line myself up with that one right there. mess it up by going all like this here. Hope I still got myself lined up with the proper one. If not, I'll just fix it. It ain't that big a deal. And I know you can't see nothing, so I'm gonna pause you guys and I'll get back on here shortly, right? Abba willing. Ain't that sky gorgeous though? You see the beauty? Whew. Man, that is something else, family. Alright, be right back. Alright, family, just want to show you that I got the unit. Got it all hitched up to the truck. Got the little, oh, where's my little, hey, hang on just a second. Oh my gosh, that was too funny. I put my door magnet on the front door and I didn't see it, and I was like, wait, did it fall off? That's funny. So there is a squat in the trailer, and I did lift it all the way up before I put the weight distribution bars on. One of the guys at a Camping World told me that the hitch was all wrong. He said that it should be basically like flipped over. I don't know enough about this stuff. I'm trying to learn, but it is kind of down to the bottom, and it does look like it could be flipped up. And he said that it should be basically level with his kneecap, which would be way up, like way up to here. So I don't know. But yeah, this is the trailer. Obviously, not much to it. Little Jayco flight. And I noticed that on one of these wheel center hubs is not covered, like that one. If you can see, it's dark still, but there's like no shiny silver center cap there. So, all right, we got a little bit more sunlight. It took me a little longer than I wanted to. They don't give you any room hardly for your battery in there. It's really tight. And then these cables for the battery, let me walk around. The cables that connect to the battery are literally run right where you're gonna mount your weight distribution saddle, right? You see this guy, he's where the chain connects, and these wires are like right in the way. So, and then back there to tighten that saddle, there's no room for your wrench to go back and forth. I just heard the dogs. I'm gonna drive by the dogs on my way out so you guys can see, so stand by. Okay, Baruk Yahuah. I got all my pictures taken for the unit. Check my trailer brake. No, trailer brake is working. Scanned up the paperwork, called my dispatcher and asked for a yard exit and asked for the advance, so we'll see how that goes. This is the way. I'm not going out of my way to say hi to the puppies, but I'm going to say hi to the puppies. They were barking at me a little, but they were pretty calm. There goes the one howling right now. I hope you can hear him. I'm trying to... Hi, puppies. Little hound dogs. There's about 8 of them, 10 of them right there. Aren't they great, family? Shalum Yahuah. I don't want the resident to think I'm doing it on purpose, but I am. Because they're so cute and I want to say hi to them and let you guys see. I'm going to go lock up this gate and then pull through here. I should say open up the gate, pull through, then lock it. So just stand by, just one. Be right back. don't go to bed at a decent hour, or you drink, all these different things, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. They say that you're an independent contractor and that you're running your own business, and all that sounds really great, but then you're micromanaged. And I know it's not that it's on my leasing company, because that's a federal thing and they're going to do it to everybody. Let me go lock this gate, family. Are gorgeous. Are those clouds in the shot? Oh, they are a little bit. Aren't those amazing? Hallelujah, man. Yahuah is great. Yahuah is Ta'um. Our Adonai. Our Elohim. Oh. Just having a little coffee, Salakia, which my understanding is just basically means forgive me or my apologies. Turn my tow thing on, reset my miles. We are down to 1/4 of a tank. I'm gonna let it go a little lower, and then I'm gonna pump some. The tank in the rear is filled. Actually, I wonder. Hang on, let's try to check something. Okay, let me just pull up here a little bit where we get kind of out of these guys' hair. But I need to double check something on my navigation, and I also need to tell the log that I'm driving, so bear with me. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do, back this sucker out. Come on to here. Okay, so the Flying J is the next stop. Hallelujah. 459 miles, which is coming out to be about 7 hours. Go into my log. And we're gonna make ourselves driving. And I gotta put the BOL number. You know, this job is working out okay. It's just the pressures of the fuel costs, right? And then the limited amount of loads that we've all been seeing, which are supposedly going to increase. I'm gonna wait because there's a car coming. I probably could have got out and got ahead and stuff like that, but really, why? You know what I mean? So there's another one, but you know, he's they're spaced out in such a way that it's like you just have to wait and wait. This next one's spaced out a bit, but he don't even have his lights on. So let's just get on up. Get on up. So that's the yard in Idaho. And I'd have to say that there's probably, I would just conservatively say 50. There's 50 Jayco looking little travel trailers there. And, you know, it's, the yards have units, so it's not like, oh, nobody can get any work because there's no RVs at all. No, it's not that. It's how they're choosing to distribute them. It's how they're choosing to disseminate them, the rate at which they're releasing them to the board for drivers. And I know that there are drivers that get loads that don't ever touch the board. And my own instructor said, well, we have a senior guy, a veteran guy. She was explaining the concept of you scratch our back, we scratch your back. And she's like, we had a senior driver and he's out of Washington and he got 3 loads from Goshen to Washington assigned to him. Now, that's cool. That could be me someday. Abba willing, that's great. But you say, oh, take a look at this view. Get a load of this view right here. This is Snake River Canyon, I guess. You see down there, you can barely see a little bit of water at the bottom. Dang it, I don't think you can on that camera. Anyway, you're supposed to be 250 miles before you can get assigned a load, right? 250 miles from Goshen. And they'll tell you that you have 1 day to pick up a load. See? And my dispatcher unassigned me from a reload the other day, and she's like, you know that you only have, that you have to pick up the unit within 3 days, right? And, you know, I got it reassigned to me because I was literally 20 minutes away, and it wasn't even really my fault that I didn't get that one first, but that's not the point. The point is that would mean that you had 2 units held for you that you were not 250 yards from, or miles from, and that you were not able to pick up in 1 day. So, you know, like, whatever. Somebody could say favoritism, discrimination, this and that, and it's not. Like, we should just be consistent with those sorts of things, you know. That kind of stuff exists everywhere, you guys. I mean, I don't care what field you're in. I used to see it all the time in ambulance, fire, police. Definitely saw it in corporate. Whatever. Don't even get me started, bro. The thing that sucks about the favoritism that they show is that you have to be, I would have to be something I'm not in order to receive any of the benefits of that. Like, I can't be a fake, you know what I mean? Like, some of those people might not be faking it, they're just that plastic. So there you go. It is 65 degrees. It is, let's see, the local time here, since it's mountain, would be 6:19. And we did get there at just like a little bit after 5. So, you know, I did spend a little bit more time than I wanted to, but I also kind of was like, my Shah got me this light that straps to your head. That would have been the time to have that on. But in order to get it out of where I have it, I would have had to unstrap my camping bin, which is just, you know, what would you rather do? Would you rather work with a flashlight that you hold in your hand and place down in the appropriate places, or unstrap your camping bin to get out your head? So I'll just relocate that. I'll just try to make a mental note to relocate that head-mounted, you know, flashlight to the other toolbox. Because the one toolbox that's basically the external fuel cell has my camping bin strapped down to the top of it, and so I can't just get into it. And then the back one, I moved everything that I feel is associated with hitching and unhitching a bumper pull. See, like, even if I get a fifth wheel, I have a 7-way extension cable and a 7-way tester cable or plug that I would want to utilize, and I would have to get those out of that front bit. So it's all tau. It ain't nothing but a chicken wing. Yeah. Dang. Well, the cloud on my side, you guys got to see it. You can't see it now, unfortunately, but it is Yamaha. So we got 80 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? Is the speed limit here. Obviously, I'm not looking to do that with the trailer on, but I will probably go up about 65 or maybe 67. I feel very well about some of these trailers because they're like brand new. The tires are brand new. I checked the lugs with the tire iron. You know, all the pressures are on point. So it's well. The trailer brake is working very well. I know how secure the hitch and everything is because I just touched it, so I know. The ball was not. There's a little slide that you lock the ball in with, and it would not engage. So I put it in drive and pulled forward just a little bit, and you heard it go like clunk into place. You felt it like boom. And then I went and slid that lock forward and put my lock on it so that it stays in place. So I feel very confident about that. So yeah, we have. Oh, you know what I was saying the total miles to the bed down. I only have 2 hours and 15 minutes to the point where we get fuel, at which point I'll get some more coffee, use the facilities if, you know, if needed. Likely by then it will be. And top off all the fuels. I still struggle with this external fuel because it seems like I'm not getting everything out of it that I'm supposed to, but I never see anything dripping or spilling on the ground. I mean, come on, bro. Like, if there was a freaking leak, that thing would be, like, I would run it and you would see it drip, 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 or it would do more than that. It would trickle or something. You know what I mean? It's nada, nothing, zip, zilch, zero. So I think it's just that a matter of math. Like, am I really expecting it to give me, you know, 3 complete tanks? It's not going to give me 3 complete tanks, for one. Because again, even if it's 36, wouldn't it also have like 3 in reserve? I don't know, whatever. But 36 3 times is 102, which is more than the 96. And I think the gauge on the external tank is just inaccurate. So it's not really telling me exactly like how much I'm getting. Because, like, for example, right now it says it's on a quarter, right? So if I turned it on and I filled it, it would be 3/4. So what is that exactly? I'm approximating it to be like around 22. Okay, 22 out of 96 don't seem like it's going to put much of a dent in there, especially for it to come back and tell you half. See, that math ain't mathing. Half of 96 is 48. 22 is less than half of 48. So it should say 3/4. But it doesn't. And then I can do it again and it'll say 1/4. Well, if you took a half and then now you're only taking 1/4, but it's the same amount. Like, it's because I usually do it when it gets to the quarter. I'll do 20 minutes. I should do it because it's literally like where it's at. There go the sun. Now he's really poking his head up, boy, and he is, woo! He's bright. He's showing up on the scene. He's saying, "I come to take care of business. I came today to take names," you know, or something. Because woo, boy, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot. He's gonna be hot today. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of. There's just been a lot of BS in the news as always, but I did hear Trump say yesterday that, well, the GOOD news is that it doesn't matter what he says. He was talking about the leader of France, right? Macron, whatever. And yeah, and so it's a humiliation thing on the world stage. So I always watch that too to see, okay, now is this person going to get some kind of a leading role in the saga, in the drama, on the world stage? Because trust and believe, they're buds. And some of those people too, that, like, you notice how like characters are made to look all goofy, but what are they really like at ritual, you know? Because that's a character. Just like some of the folks that are made to look all tough. Some of the guys that are made to look tough weren't even born that way. Or the ones that are made to look like SEX symbols weren't even born that way. Yeah. Those who know what I'm saying. Those who don't will, in due time, if they're meant to, or they won't, because the world's a stage, and not everything is what it seems. And you gotta remember who it is that they serve and what they worship. And I believe that the fallen angels were a blending, a merging of these opposites. That's why the Baphomet worship is the elimination of extreme opposites, so that they can become enlightened, right, to their higher self, the Masonic checkerboard floor and the twin towers that are meant to imprison us in a matrix. They're free from that. They don't obey those structured rules and boxes. They're the blending. They see themselves as the blending, attempting to blend. That's why these rich and famous Hollywood celebrities will transition their own children because they're being trained in a craft that's a very ancient craft. I don't think that the QAnon and the Trump folks could resist the temptation to continue to use that phrase witch hunt. They weren't referring to Hillary, they were referring to the Golden Dawn. Their Golden Dawn. She's the one who's bringing everything to pass. That Marina Abramovich was even saying how, oh yeah, I love Trump is going to, because he operates in chaos, he's the kind that can bring about great change. Something like that. I'm not quoting it exactly, but I'm telling you, it was a praise to the character of Trump, and that they're going to move their agenda forward through the extreme personality, unpredictability, ego, window, and all the rest. Yep. That's it. Just like the whole thing with Biden was meant to be a clown show. And I think that something did happen. I don't have any idea what, but they didn't want to lose the caricature. So they put whatever they needed to put in place to keep that going. It's pretty bizarre. It's super bizarre stuff when you look at the noses and the ears and the foreheads and the jawbone, like the different things that don't lie. I mean, some of that stuff can be fake, obviously, and it could be surgically manipulated and stuff like that. But you can tell that when someone is not the guy, that's not who that is, right? And they've come really far with these masks too, so it's really weird. You gotta ask yourself, well, why is it so obvious? Like, why are they making it so obvious? Because it's like they want it to be known, or it's a revelation of method, or it's hidden in plain sight or something. Never underestimate these guys and their plans, because I believe that they're orchestrated by an ancient evil, a very old demonic power, principality, right? And so they have long game agendas, and they have a type of wisdom that man does not have. Some of these entities are over 6,000 years old. So you gotta realize that. You can learn a lot. Not only that, they've seen things that we've never seen. Right? Such as Yahuah, his throne room in the Shemayim. So think about what kind of knowledge and understanding that is. I was talking with my Yahusha. Hi, baby. I love you, honey. I miss you so much. We always have the best conversations. I am Baruk above all man, because Yahuah has given me his daughter to be my Shah. She has wisdom, discernment. She has understanding, pattern recognition, memory. Like, she helps me so much. She's my best friend, and there isn't anybody in the whole world that I would rather engage in conversation. From just simple little goofing off, being silly, to like really searching out deep matters of the heart. All of it. The whole thing. I take all this stuff before the Father, of course, but next to that, I share it all with her. And she's also not afraid to call a spade a spade. She will tell me when I'm wrong. And I am wrong. I make mistakes same as everybody else. Right? She also acknowledges when I'm right, or when she says, wow, I never thought of that, or dang, right? Yeah. That's how our conversations are a lot. But what about this? But what about that? But what about this? But what about that? Right? I know. Oh, anyway. So you're an ancient evil who's experienced much, learned much, seen much, etc. And you have access to unlimited capital, currency, whatever you want to call it, right? Money is no object, ever. The militaries of the world, the scientists at the highest levels, the politicians at the highest levels are basically at your disposal, at your command. What else can you learn? What other kind of projects? What other kind of underground testing? You know, military, deep underground military bases and all the rest of it. Hey, you guys remember those two talking heads that are caricatures after the what's that island called where they have the big heads? Shoot. You know what I'm talking about, right? Those big heads, and then they're like, oh yeah, there's massive bodies underneath the ground too that go with those heads. And they had those characters that came out like probably in the late 80s or maybe early 90s, and they would be like, dum 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 dum. It's a weird thought that just ran through my mind. What if those are really just markers for entrances to deep underground military bases, and they're just letting it be known? Sometimes they're just communicating with their own too. There is some kind of a I don't want to call it a law, although it could very well be. I don't know where it's written, but it seems like principalities and powers have an obligation to always like make publicly known their agenda, scheme, plan. They'll do it in a way, like they'll do it like comedies in movies or sci-fi movies or horror movies or whatever, so that it just seems like it's not real. It's just fantasy or sci-fi or thriller or whatever, but they're telling you the truth, like it's quote unquote in plain sight. Smell something. What it is. Interesting. Let me see. I'm gonna bring some fresh air and see if it matters. I even know that my recycled air in the truck, I still smell things from outside, so it's not really like sealed. And that might be normal. I can't identify what that smell is. Anyway, I don't know that we can really truly comprehend the vastness of the tunnel network that's established underground, the size of the cities and the amount of resources and things that they have. Everybody's always focusing on like borders and smuggling and trafficking and different things, but like how much of that do you think is really just going on underground and it's protected by militaries of the world? See, people would never perceive that as being true. It's beyond their ability to like grasp or comprehend such a thing. That was like the first guy that passed me, I think. I was going 60, 67 in an 80. And this is a construction zone now, so it's dropped down to 65 anyway, so I just slowed down to that. There's a massive chemtrail being drawn right out across the sky in front of my face, and there's one underneath it. It's underneath, but it's really just more distant. It's the same height, it's just farther away. It's a perspective. Anyway, they're laying them down already, and I can already see all the haze and the fallout from what they've been doing. Most likely overnight, although some of it could have been from the end of the day yesterday. And then, think about how those also move, right? So they drop them in one area, but are they planning for it to affect where they, they already obviously know where it's going to go as the winds blow east and west and all that, right? Low pressure, high pressure, all that. Because it's partly involved in the modification of the weather and jet stream currents and things like that, but it's also like creating the connectivity that's utilized by the ground-based systems to then send the frequencies up, right? Heavy metal particulates that are dropped into the atmosphere can be affected with the ground-based systems frequencies in order to then do their kind of drag and drop. It's kind of a drag and drop in a way, right? They're steering something. And then of course you have the bunker fuels, which are even like probably 10 times worse. But they're not only just used for weather, it's also, like I had talked about several times, hi horsies, for the deforestation projects, which is just to basically make the trees very, very sick from the inside out. You ever stop and wonder, like, what if all this construction isn't just to repair our roadways, but to install the new road network that's going to be utilized during the encampment period? See, these are things that I think about. These are things that I can talk to my Yahusha about. She totally gets me. It's mostly everybody else in this whole world thinks that I'm crazy. And that's alright. Wouldn't you rather be considered crazy by a world that's lost its mind? You know what I mean? Look at the people that the world esteems as wise, and then halal, you laugh, right? Like the people who believe in some ever-expanding vastness, galaxy, trillions and trillions of years and light years and you know, light miles and all, like, bro, for real, it's wild. And they get all the awards and they're lifted up. Why? Because that's the illusion. If they get all the praise and the awards and everything else from the system, then you're going to think they're legit. I trust and believe the priests of Baal know that what they're spewing is false. They're illusionists. They're deceivers. I'm going to save this video because I think that if I don't, there's a great chance that it'll just disappear. Alright, so we'll see. Stop that one. May it be preserved. Dang, it is so pretty. You know, in the first hour and the 12th hour. This is technically still like the first hour, right? And what I mean by that is that the clock starts at first light, right? Maybe we could even say it's already around the second hour. If I had to, I would say it was around the second hour then, I think, right? Because even when I got to the yard, it was technically a little bit of light coming in. And Abba separated the light from the dark. He separated the day from the night. They want to blur all that. That's what 24 hours doctrine is about. That's what daylight savings time doctrine is about. They can tell you all this other stuff. That's fine. That's how they justify it. It's important for the confusion to exist. Now the world is so deceived that they believe that the Shabbat day, are there not 12 hours in a day? That said Yahusha. Okay? They believe that a Shabbat day begins in the evening or the night of a different day. Like, that's upside down and backwards, bro. But it isn't just that. They believe a day begins at 12:01 midnight. Midnight, middle of the night. Wow, dude, a day begins in the middle of the night. You ever stop and think about that? There's some kind of gullible travels. For real. No offense, but come on now. Hear your brother who loves you, who's trying to snap you out of it. A day begins in the middle of the night? Laughable. It's laughable. Oh, and also, did you know that a new year begins in the spring, according to Scripture? Abib, new bud, new life, green bud. Yeah, Pesach. This is a spring feast, a spring festival. Yep, the first new moon, the first renewed moon in the first month is the first new moon day, which is the beginning of spring. And what do they tell you? What do you believe? Oh, a year begins in January 1st, which is Janus, by the way, which is a two-faced demon. Yeah, two-faced. Like in Batman, like what they're doing with Trump, they're showing you two Trumps, two faces. And you just like the one that you think is for you. But when he does something that's against you, like warp speed, you just look the other way. You just pretend that it wasn't real. That's foolishness. Anyway, Janus first. It's in the dead of winter, dude. How you gonna sit there and say that's a new year? See, it's opposite. It's the opposite. The beginning of the year is the new life coming in, which is just like the beginning of a day is the new light coming in. And they tell you it's the middle of the night, and they tell you it's the middle of the winter. It's the exact opposite. Well, they tell people that the Shabbat begins on Friday night. That's the opposite. It begins on Wednesday day. The opposite part of the week and the opposite of the night. Dang, bro. Yeah, if you want to know more about the calendar, check out my playlist calendars. And, you know, or calendar. And there's a lot of videos on it. And a lot of scripture utilized. And Yahusha showed me a lot. He showed me a lot. And he showed me a little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. That's how it is. You need to get confirmation by the Ruach of Yahuah for each little thing that you keep learning, and you just building your understanding line upon line upon line upon line, right? Precept, 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 because then this understanding becomes like unshakable. You know that you know that you know that a day is from sun up to sundown. And the hottest part of the day, when the sun is most overhead, what they call noon, right? No, it's not always going to be right at noon, but it's always going to be the 6th hour. You can just look and see as the sun traverses across the sky, and we're meant to watch these things. We're meant to understand these things. We're meant to look up, see the position of the sun, and understand what direction we're facing. Like, just instantly, right? Remember, the sun goes around the plane of the earth like a needle on a record. Put the needle on the record. Put the needle on the record. Drum beat goes like this. Sorry, get a little goofy sometimes. Gotta drink my coffee. So the sun is going around on his circuit. He's running his race. He's staying in his lane. He is a trustworthy servant. He's actually ruling over the day, like a steward, like a king. Yeah. So anyway, and no, I don't do that perfectly. My bond can do it so much better than me, and because his mom showed him when he was little. It's what he knows. Baruk Yahuah, Hallelujah. This is how you should train up your child, right? So when they're 50-some years old like me, they're just going to know stuff like that. I don't know that stuff. I'm more like the first generation coming out of Egypt, coming out of slavery, feeling the conviction of Yahuah telling me, that's not your name. That was your slave name. People aren't going to understand that, and that's fine. I don't care. I do not care. Okay? Yarma Yahu is like saying Yahuah listens, or Yahuah will listen. Yarma la Yahu. Heard by Yahuah. That's a great honor, right? The scripture says that a Qadash man, halal, availeth much. I will strive to be that Qadash man, to kill every kind of hata in me. Right? That's how we should all be. We should all be striving after righteousness. I gotta pay a little bit of attention here because I got an exit coming up. So we're going down towards Utah. When I was little, I lived in Ogden. And yeah, this is telling me to get on 84 towards Ogden/Salt Lake. So it is kind of interesting because I'm going to be driving through an area that, you know, I used to live. But of course, obviously, like I was little. I know one time that my sister had dropped her backpack on the railroad tracks and she was going back to get it, and a train was coming, and I had to go grab her and her backpack and get the heck out of there because the train was like right there. I don't even know how little we were, bro. Like, how little was I? Dang, that's crazy. That's some crazy stuff. Yep. My son fell in a pool. He was upside down with, you could see the bubbles slowly coming out of his nose because I jumped into the water with all my pockets filled and my jeans on, and it felt like it took me forever to get there. I could see him. He was like, bro, he was drowning. The craziest thing about this, I'm telling you guys, the same thing happened to my brother. I was cutting the grass. We were in Arizona, and he fell in the pool. I don't know. It's just it gives you great pause to like reflect on those moments and think about those things, because it's an honor to be able to do something to preserve a life, especially, you know, like it's someone that you love and that is very close to you, like your sister, your brother, and your own son, right? Anyway, what was I saying? Okay, so we're on this road for 130 miles, and that's when we're going to stop to get some fuel, and that's only an hour and 46 minutes from now. So Baruk Atah. I don't know at what point, you know, it's like it becomes Utah, so we'll just kind of keep an eye on that too. Just zooming out on the map of the truck to see what I see. Okay, it looks like it's pretty far away, but I don't know exactly. 75, okay, I'll just get us up to maybe like 69 or so. Trailer's obviously towing very well. We've only gone 42 miles, and it says 9.2 miles to the gallon, so that's not great, but it's also like I'm going pretty fast. So you're going to have a little bit lower fuel economy when you're going faster. I've got to try to get into some sort of a sweet spot. this for a bit. And also let me take a look at doing a timer for the fuel. So we'll just turn it on now. I can put it at the 20, and then we'll see what we get. So just for the record, right now it's showing. It's actually closer to 1/8, but it's not quite. So, I just don't want to wait any longer. If I get too chatty, then I forget. Next thing you know, I'm running out of fuel, which I wouldn't be run out, but I don't want to run the engine out either because it's not well for the injectors. I completely lost track of what I was saying. Before I told you guys a story about the railroad tracks and the two pools. Well, I think I talked about the railroad tracks because I used to live in Ogden. My mom was stationed at what's called Hill Air Force Base. And most of my family on my mom's side was affiliated with the Mormon church, and Baruk Atah Yahuah, that I wasn't raised into that, because I don't know, like obviously Yahuah could call anybody out of her. She is a whore and a harlot, and she has several different daughters. Okay, but every religious institution in the world is a harlot of the whore of Babylon, and that's just a fact from Scripture. If you can't discern that, maybe I can help you. Message me. We'll try. I do try. Okay? There's a lot of idolatry in all the circas. There's some commandments in Exodus 20 that they all break. It says, when you build an altar unto me, do not apply your tool to the stone. Every temple, synagogue, mosque, whatever. Ooh, some stinky derrieres out here, bro. Whoo, dang, that smells. Oh, dang. Whoo, maybe that's a pig farm, bro. Dude, that is. Dang. I gotta put it back on the recycle air, but I don't want to recycle that air. Whew. Nasty. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, those commandments. Okay, the other one. Okay, so if you look at any of those structures where they do their praise worship, right? This is where they claim to have their own version, their modern day version of offerings and all that. They break bread there. They read scripture there. They sing hymns there. Yeah. And some unknowingly to foreign mighty ones. Facts. Facts. Okay? Show you that too. So they all break that commandment. Another commandment, it says, do not go up the steps to my altar lest you expose your nakedness. And yet they all do that, right? What they call that thing, pulpit. And some of them actually call it altar, like in Roman Catholicism, right? They have their cakes to the Queen of Heaven with the sun, Babylonian sun cross right on the little wafer, right? And they also have their symbolic drinking of blood. they go up the steps, and it's the high priest, or the bishop, the cardinal, the pastor, whatever. Some of them might even call themselves, what's that thing that they call themselves? Oh shoot, really, Jared? It's an office that's basically closed because you would have needed to have witnessed Yahusha's ministry, right? From his immersion to his resurrection, kind of a thing. Except for, of course, Shaul, who was called specifically apostle. Some of them call themselves apostles. It's crazy, bro. It's all so crazy. Anyway, they twist the scriptures. They call on names of foreign mighty ones. They don't teach the commandments, and they don't. I don't understand why this big rig would come and get right in front of me and then start slowing down. And then this one is passing, but he's not passing. What are we doing here, boys? That's bizarre, dude. Pretty mountains. I feel like you probably want to be zoomed in on them more, but I don't want to mess with the camera. I just basically kind of try to put it, position it, and then leave it so it can do its thing. Oh yeah, how did I get on all that? Mormon. Okay, so they grew up Mormon on my mom's side of the family, and she was the one that kind of like Baruk Yahuah. She didn't embrace their, cult, basically. And who knows? Maybe that means that she'll ultimately be open to receive the truth, but it's late. And and I've tried, and it is what it is. I can't bear the burden of responsibility for another person's deliverance, because if I allow myself to do that, I will be in constant lamentation. You're just setting yourself up for a world of hurt, bro. If you personalize everybody's deliverance, your own child, your own. Hey, halal, it's not your spouse, right? Because then you got an unequally yoked situation, and that obviously go on, and that requires some serious attention, because you can't just continue to go through your life with that unresolved, because especially, well, let me just say it straight up, especially as a man, a head of house, if you have that going on, then how can you say that you manage your house well, right? So I think that it's we have instruction to be married, to be fruitful, to produce seed unto Yahuwah. Not everybody can do that, obviously, but it's one of those foundational things that as a community, as a people, we should be striving to move towards. There's some instruction on how you're to deal with an unbelieving spouse. So I to struggle with this too, because like there's a time that Abraham goes to visit his son Yitzhak, and his son has an Yahusha that's there at the tent, and Abraham goes to Yitzhak's tent to visit him, and he's away on a journey, and so he's greeted by Yitzhak's Yahusha, and she's actually like, I'll just say it, she's rude, she's put off, she's disinterested, she's not charitable to her husband's father. Yo, and for Yashar'Al, if you're talking about like everybody's in the way, like that's unclean stuff, right? She should be inviting him in, she should be offering to wash his feet, she should be wanting to feed him the choicest food that she has available to her. You know, like this is a time that you probably slaughter a goat or lamb, and you roast meat, this kind of thing. And he tells his son to get rid of her. I want to know, I got to go back and find that scripture. If you know it, leave it in the comment, because I actually want to talk about this. I never get a chance to go into the scripts like I used to, like I want to, like we did the book of Hanuk, and we did the book of Yubalim, and I want to do the book of Yashar, which means upright. It ain't Jasher. Okay? And that's probably where it is. But also, the same thing happens later. And you know, this could be 10, 15, 20 years later for all I know. I don't know exactly. It could also be 1 year or 5 years. I'm not saying that anything about that. I'm just saying that sometimes these things happen and a lot of time has gone past. Most likely Abraham was actually wanting to go have a feast. And I don't just mean a big meal. I'm talking about on Yahuwah's Moedim, on his calendar, appointed feast days, new moon days, fixed feasts, Saku, maybe, perhaps, I don't know, some kind of feast, I would say, because that's when you have Qadash Assembly. Qadash Assembly is when the true believers physically get together. You can also have Qadash Assemblies on Shabbats, but I don't know that you would travel distance, and whatever. What's the point, Jer? So the point was that when he came and visited now, there's a Qadash Yahuah there. He's discerning the Ruach of Yahuah in her. She's doing all those things. And not just like, because, oh, this is required of me to do this, I need to invite him inside to wash his feet, and then I want to offer him food. No, she wants to. She's like, oh, it's my husband's father. Right? Greeting him with a kiss and all that. Baruk Atah Yahuah. And he basically says, she's a keeper. That's the way I remember it. I want to get in there and find where that is. Hey, that smell again. This is not the smell that I was talking about earlier. This is the smell that I was going woo about, because it's caca. I don't know. It could be a pig farm or something. Man, Baruk Yahuah, look at that. It's crazy early, family. It's only 6 o'clock at my homestead, and I already got this trailer and got going down the road. We already got 60 miles in here. We are only still getting that 9 miles per gallon. The front end on these travel trailers is, the Colemans are the same way. Now, some of them have a little bit more curvature to them, and you can also tell that they use a little bit more quality parts in the fabrication, and then those, I've noticed I get just a slightly better don't mean a lot either, though. Like probably 12. Makes a difference, though. There goes some beast of the field. Moo, 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 moo. Yeah, there's like an oily haze up in these clouds that are in the front of the sun. Can't like it, family. You know, it's a twofold thing. Like, some of it is the wisdom of man. They think that they can make the situation better. They can get in there and do something. They got think tanks on this stuff, right? Global warming is an existential threat. We need, if the temperature goes up 2 degrees, it'll do this and that, blah, blah, blah. We need to do something. Oh, I know, we can use our aeroplanes and we can drop some stuff and it can like help to block out the sun. Bill Gates, right? But other ones like him and higher up ones know exactly what they're doing. It's not, oh, we can make things better. It's, you know, my foreign mighty one has commanded me to do this or do that. And they don't have intentions that are for making things better at all. That's why the lies are so crafty and they're so clever. Subtle little serpent. Because they convince other mid-level folks, you know, that their cause or their purpose is valid and worthy, and so they start to pursue it too, when ultimately it's an agenda that's meant to harm the masses because they hate mankind. Oh, it said severe storm area. That would be really cool to be able to see a storm right through here. I think if you come through here at the right time of the day, you know, you might have an opportunity to see that. I don't know that I'm going to really see any storms on this trip. We'll have to see. I have to try to get an update from my bond too, and see if I can get a weather update today from him. He's excited about helping by keeping an eye on the weather patterns in the areas that I'm going to be going to. For my phone. Oh, yeah. Alright, so I think that's gonna be it for a bit here. We got an hour and a half. If I see anything interesting, I'll get back with you guys. But let's go ahead and pop off for a bit. Okay? Baruk Atah Yahuah Adonai, Most High. Thank you for this day. Please give us your gil, Shalum, and Hassan. In the Qadashayam of Yasharal, Yahusha HaMashiach. Hallelujah. Rumamuya. Shalom, man. Oh, that was the sign for Utah. I don't know if that came across. Salachia. My apologies. I did not have my headphones on, but I was like, oh, there's the sign for Utah. Try to capture it. Most likely didn't even Probably couldn't even see it unless you pause the video, but yep. So we just went into Utah. So let's see, Washington, Oregon, Idaho. Now we have Utah, New Mexico, which I need to get a permit in person for, and just the tiniest little bit of time in Texas, depending on what becomes available as far as reloads go. Like, just to give you guys an idea, there are no loadouts, regular loads that we usually, that's like the meat and potatoes of what we do. None. Hadn't been none either for, I don't know, a couple days. Oh, there's a bunch of antelope right there. You guys see them right there? Oh, I think they're two. Oh, there's some right there in the field. You'll get to see those. Oh, they're so cute. Their little white tails. And there's only one reload. One. Apparently no one wants it. It looks like it's Pennsylvania to Pennsylvania, something like that. It is Saturday, so we might not see anything. I don't know if they'll drop any loads today, tomorrow, but if not, then I'll be looking for something Monday. If I don't see a reload that is favorable, like as in like kind of connects me to Goshen or in my neck of the woods, whatever, then I'm gonna have to start making my way up to Goshen and then be in some serious palal that there just be some loadouts, man, some loads, like it's crazy time. Because I mean, I have a part of me that can like see and understand how we might not see, like August might come and we're just gonna get like boom, 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 all these loads. It could be, I don't know. Hey, there's Elko, but not like Elko, Nevada. Elko, Utah. Interesting. Train of thought. But then the other part of me can also see how there might not be anymore, because what is that thing that they say, that the fecal matter is about to strike the rotary device, which is a fan. Is about to hit the fan, that kind of thing. Definitely seems like it. You guys ever find it interesting how they call Utah the beehive state, and they have that symbol all over, like on their signs and on the patrol cars and everything, and that's actually like a sign that you see, a symbol that you also see associated with all the different Masonic artwork. That's where you see the Twin Towers, Joachim and Boaz, and also the checkerboarded floor, and other types of symbols. I think an anchor, a ladder, beehive, sun and the moon and stars, and whatever, all the things. What do you guys think about that? Let me know. All right. Shalom. We are 1 mile away from Snowville. No, we're not going to Snowville, but that's where we are. I show 71 miles till our fuel stop. If I see anything interesting, I will fire back up the camera. One thing of note right now, which I don't even know if you're able to see, is these just pretty sunflowers. Got all over. Got them in the center median. Got them in the right shoulder. Off and on throughout the whole area. If you can't see see them on the shoulder. You'll probably see some right across that little road right there, because they're out there in the fields too. Let me leave this on for a second, because I think right here you're going to see a bunch. I mean, if I thought that they could keep a while and be Qadash, I could pluck some for my Shalum. Maybe just know that I want to get you one of those and bring it home to you. I don't know how I would keep it, and how long I'm going to be gone, and so I can't. But may you see them on here and be able to appreciate that beauty. And I love you, Yapa, beautiful Asha. What? All right. Be back in a bit. Abba willing. More again of just this idea, right? Like wide open spaces. Like, look at all this land. All this land that could be used for people just to have their own little claim. Some goats and some chickens, so they can have some food and some fruit trees. I think there's this idea that, oh, that's impossible. You wouldn't be able to work that land. Look at that. It's all dry. You wouldn't be able to grow anything. I think the handlers like it like that. They like you to think that you have to buy expensive farm equipment, and you have to turn the soil, and you have to put all this, artificial nutrients into the soil, and all that. I think that when they harvest the crop, and they go through and they turn over all the soil, they remove all the nutrients, and then they just basically, it's like wiping the entire slate clean and then saying, I have to add nutrients. You're supposed to keep some of the organic material in the land and let it return to the soil. It's not meant to be like mass farming. It's more meant to be, a little local hearted. And the soil becomes filled with nutrients over generations. So, anyway, interesting clouds up here. Looks like there could be some moisture accumulating in some of these denser clouds, darker clouds. We shall see. But yeah, there's so much land out here. It's kind of crazy. You think about the size of Gaza or the size of Israel, and look at all this land. All these people crammed into, Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, whatever. You can be spread out. You can have room to breathe. Neighbors can help each other. Think about it. If you have people dug into their own little homesteads all over the place, and they're armed and they have a network to communicate, it's going to be a lot more difficult to come in and seize than if everybody's crammed into these cities and you are able to strike 17 cities all at once, especially when the land is already so weakened. Most of the people are sick, they're poisoned, they're weakened, they don't have, the same kind of grit as their forefathers. You got all these beta boys running around here, Babylonian beta boys. Yep. This place is ripe for a harvest. I don't mean crops. those that are unclean remain unclean still. Those that are righteous remain righteous still. If anybody wants to turn from their wicked ways and seek after Yahuah and guard his commandments, you have so little time. He's at the door. He's knocking. And I'm here. You can ask me anything. Baruk Atah. They're adding a brand new overpass right here. Yeah, there's a lot of space. There's a lot of land. We're really close to a place called Rattlesnake Pass. We're just outside of Howell, Utah, on I-84 eastbound. Shalom. Alright, well, it would be cool if you could see these mountains that are on my side, but of course you can't. So basically, when you're going south on 15 through this whole like Salt Lake area, we're not quite to Ogden yet, so it's a little north of all that, but you have the mountains. Well, I don't have to say south on 15, just being on 15 in general. You have the mountains on the east, and then you have this flat land west of that, and soon you'll have this Great Salt Lake, right? The mountain over here is really, really pretty. Oh, look at these horses coming up. Dang, I hope you guys get to see these horses. Look at these horses. Oh yeah, there you go. Whee! They're gorgeous. Anyway, fuel right here looks pretty sweet. I think I just saw 307 on the fuel book. I was just double checking what I'm going to be paying here coming up into Ogden. 307 a gallon. Okay, so that's Utah. And if I remember correctly, Anthony, Texas was literally like 303. So, you know, just over $3. Compare that to, dang, that old Preston in Washington when I was driving by there just yesterday, Donnie, it was $5.69. $5.69. $1.60. No, wait, $2. Oh my gosh. 260 something, bro. Is that right? Yeah. $2 would be 506, 507. 506 was Salt Lake City. I'm sorry. I'm all confused now. 306 was Salt Lake City. So that means that, and I don't know what it is in Seattle, Washington. Jeez, I don't even want to know. I don't want to go to Seattle for nothing. I really don't want to be near any large cities, especially right now, but yeah, almost $2.50 of a difference. That's insane, bro. That's insane. I mean, there are places in the U.S. where it is that literally that cheap. You know, and that's not a difference that's justifiable by like anything supply and demand, shipping, whatever. I mean, it is justifiable by the principle of the demand. They're saying, well, these residents are willing to pay. Obelisk with a cross on top. Right? Obelisks just like in ancient Egypt, and crosses just like in ancient Babylon. I don't know what the I stands for on the mountain right there. So we're really close to Perry, Utah, and it is showing me on the map that the Salt Lake is over there, a little bit farther away to where you may feel like you can't really see it, but it is saying that it's over there. 18 miles. So I tried to figure how much did I pump from the external into the primary tank, and if it's a half a tank and the tank is 36, then it's 18. So I'm gonna see if that back tank takes 18, and I'm gonna see what the gauge says. I feel like I'm gonna go look at that gauge and it's gonna say a half, and I'm gonna be like, you will lie. I'm gonna maybe try to inspect in there to visually inspect. It's frustrating, and I don't know if the primary tank is going to get down to the half level in time, but it's just under 5/8 right now. If it does get down to the half level, then I'll also be able to verify that it can fit 18 gallons, that's how much. So this is actually a great opportunity for me to test this. So if I can figure out what the heck is going on with it, because it drives me nuts. I technically don't need fuel right now, but the price is well, so it's a worthy place. Plus, I need coffee and I need to go to the bathroom, so it's going to work out well. There go another temple right there. You know, it's funny. There's this place called Lagoon, and my mom worked there during the summer that she met my father. And she was very young. Whoa, very young. But so Maya Shah and I were looking at it, looking it up and stuff. Because I was just talking. She was asking me how I feel about going through this area, because I spent a lot of my young life here. Like, and so yeah, we were like, wow, look at this. So there's a ride at Lagoon called Carnivore. No, Cannibal. It's called Cannibal. I can see some of the lake out there. I see the water reflecting out. You probably can't actually see it yet. It's looking really hazy, and the clouds look ominous out your side. Anyway, well, darn, I halal that I wasn't supposed to go through that way station, because I dang sure didn't. Anyway, and they got another one. So one called Cannibal and another one called Wicked, and it's like really weird, right? And then we were watching the little videos, and you see the little families, the ones that are riding on these rides. and, being like, do you think they're Mormon? Yeah, they do look like it. How can you tell? I don't know, but you can. Right? Now, how is it that y'all gonna sit here and have all this population, all this land out here, and all these temples everywhere all where, and then go to rides called Wicked and Cannibal? Just ask him. What the heck, bro? I don't want anything to do with any of those kinds of places anymore. You know what I mean? Because they are wicked. The Babylonians are cannibals. They just don't even know it. And the curse upon the wicked is to eat the fruit of their own body. Knowingly or unknowingly. Either way, it's ugly. Yeah, this mountain over here is just stunning. I know, I'm talking about things that you can't see. But it's saying that we got 13 minutes until we stop for fuel. So perhaps, like Abba willing, there will be an angle that I can take to where we ought to see. Not to mention how the sun is behind the cloud right now, the way the rays are striking and everything, it's just unreal. Okay, there goes the massive lake. Tell me you can see that. I feel like confused about what's happening with the camera over there. I mean, I can see the lake quite a significant amount. It's a pretty place, all in all, right? But I don't think that I would want to reside here either. Hard to say. There are over there raping the earth so they can profit off it. Makes me sick. And there's some pretty grass, pasture filled with horses right there. They call this area Willard. There's also a sign here that says Pleasant View. I used to have family that lived in Farmington, which I'm pretty sure is south of Ogden, but north of Bountiful. So, yeah, that there mountain is going into the distance, and you're not going to get to see it. So, apologies. We'll have to see. I don't think I'll come back this way. I really don't think I'll be coming back this way unless I get... If I got something that was from Texas to Idaho or something, maybe, but other than that, pretty doubtful. Phil, excuse me, try not to say F-U-L-L, it's the name of a foreign mighty one. You can Google P-H-U-L, deity, if you don't know about it. And then think about all the words that end with F-L-L, F-U-L. Because that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, there's a bunch of horses right down there. And cattle. Steer. Longhorn. Here's a bunch more. They got tall grass that they're grazing in. Well, they just look like they're loving it right there. That's how it should be. Very well. Very well done, sir. Baruk Yahuah. That's the kind of steer I'd like to consume and taste. And, the meat tastes different, tastes better. Meat that you get from the store. abominations to it. Pretty gross what they do to the burger meat, how they use that pink slime, whatever, chemicals, inject things in there, dyed colors and preservatives, and things even worse than that. Sad, bro. So maybe you won't see that particular mountain, but I know that there's also a lot of really amazing mountains near Salt Lake and Bountiful and that ski resort town that's up in there. What the heck is the name of that place? I think they hosted some Winter Olympics there at one point, I think. Forgot. What's the name of that? Park City, I think it is, right? Park City, Utah. There's a huge open strip mine right here on my side. Disgusting. I mean, the truth is that the wicked, the hatah, the lawlessness, the abominations, the unclean, it's infiltrated every single place. Every single place. I used to really like that Western bacon cheeseburger. The idea of bacon now just turns my stomach. It's so gross. Plus, you know, beef that they have there, where it comes from, and the bread. It's everything. I don't even want to eat one of those if I'm starving. Once you see something as being unclean or like toxic, or you can't just, you know, if you saw somebody put a few drops of strychnine into a glass of water, are you going to be able to pick it up and drink it after that? How thirsty would you have to be? See what I mean? No, I'm not saying that you're going to drop instantly as soon as you take a bite of it. It's something that weakens you and sickens you over time, clogging up parts of your body because it's not really meant to be synthesized. It's not really natural to be digestible. You know, it causes other kinds of problems. Clogging up things in your body will also cause your body to not be able to pass out the excess sugars, which are synthetic in most cases anyways, and lead to insulin dependency. And it's sad, you know, because people don't really realize that they're doing it to themselves. They think that they inherited it. They think, oh, well, it's all FDA approved what I'm consuming, so that can't possibly be the root cause of my problem. Think again, shorty. Think again, slim. What, you know, most likely not so slim, right? Just being silly with that stuff, but you know, it's a serious topic, really serious conversation. All right, 7 minutes. So there are still other mountains over here on this side, because like I said, you're going to have a bunch of mountains that are on the east, and you're going to have this big old lake to the west. So that little section that we saw back before is a part of the Great Salt Lake, but it's this little, almost like a type of a bay to a sea. It's surrounded by, it's 7/8 of it surrounded by land. There's a little peninsula on the north side of the lake. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. this section that we're at right here has a bunch of land that shoots out. So the water is out there, but it's pushed back a long ways because there's land right in between us and the lake here. And then as we go a little bit more to the south, the water will be closer to the interstate. So that is some massive Amazon facility they got right there in Ogden. So a lot of people in Ogden are employed by Amazon, it looks like. There's tons of cars in the parking lot. Trucks, delivery trucks everywhere. I wonder if those ones go to Salt Lake or if they have different, they probably have different hubs down there. And they probably got these hubs everywhere. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? You know, and that's a funny thing too, because we were talking about supply and demand with regards to fuel in housing markets and other things. But if you go online on Amazon, and Amazon don't care if you live in Ogden or if you live in Phoenix or if you live in the Bronx, it costs what it costs, right? You might have some differences with shipping costs, I think, but I don't believe that the cost of the item that you're wanting to buy, say like headphones or laptop, ain't it gonna just be the same price? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So what's up with that, Jackson? See what I mean? So the fuel that comes into the US and gets distributed, diesel, why wouldn't it be consistently priced? Why would you be basically price gouging communities because they don't have the wherewithal to restrict how much they purchase and the price goes up? I mean, right? People don't have a choice, dude. You can say that it's because, you know, the demand is high. I don't know. I'm not buying it anymore. I'm not buying it. I don't understand. You know, if somebody has a truck that, say, runs on, dude, why are you merging like that? Why are you're not even paying attention. Stop looking at your phone. You're literally in my way, dude. Hello? Freak. Now he looks up. Unreal. This is my exit, dude. You can't just come on the interstate and be right in people's way. What the heck is wrong with you? Don't freaking look. Don't you dare look at me like that. Dang it, man. Yahuah will rebuke you. He comes right up the ramp and just sits right in my way. Sorry, Salachia. Sits. He comes up the ramp and just sits right in my way. Alright, so we're going to come on down here and hit this fuel. I don't know what side of the road it's on, so let me see if I can figure that out. Okay. So it's going to be on my side. And I'll try to see if we can get you a view of the mountain, or the mountain range, or what have you, before I turn the camera on. Hey, he called that, didn't he? He knew exactly when that thing was going to turn. Sometimes if you watch the other direction, you can see when it turns yellow and when it turns red. Probably what happened. Okay, so this is a Flying J, which is basically pilot Flying J's. Same, so it says $409 pump price. But like I said, I'm showing $307. Let's see if it's accurate. And I am right about at a half. So I actually feel like both tanks should take 18 gallons. So let's see. You know, propane, auto, truck entry exit looks like it's the same. Ooh. Plus, I need to try to do pay at the pump, because I'm in a little pay at the pump, quote unquote, challenge for. What if I need DEF? Still saying okay. For like 300 points. Alright, so I'm going to keep that running. And I'm going to hit this, so go next stop. Oops. So we have 4.5 hours till we get there. I'm going to try to load up the pay at the pump thing. Get my leg on and stuff. It's my little key for my external fuel pay. It takes a second to get this to go, so that's why I usually don't do it, but I've been getting it to work, so I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot. And I am going to ask for DEF too, even though I probably only need like 3 gallons or so. My odometer reading it needs 1, 2. Gosh, I got all kind of pop-ups. 125,189 miles what the truck got on it. I'm gonna replace that. Oh, I'll place that right there and start getting my leg. Ugh. I know it sounds funny. Get my leg on. I'll get a leg up. Ha! Get a leg over. Let's see. Want anything else? No. 898. Gives you like a cut. Dude, now it's telling me to pay inside. Even though my phone is saying, you guys tell me to use the app and then you don't actually let me use it. Even though it's flashing pay on the sides. This thing is pissing me off. I'm freaking over this crap. just take 18. So that is, that means that the take control is 179. Excuse me. 179. Keys. Just want to clear out of this spot. Because sometimes... Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to get deaf. Disregard. Oh. I have to back up for deaf. We need to do the deaf video first. And it's messy. It is like a really messy thing. Of course, my deaf was 20 bucks. 4.5 gallons, $20. Oh, what the bugging? Oh, you want to buy I should be cleaning my windshield too, but let me look at this receipt real quick. $179.97. 79, 97 minus. And then I have to go into a different app and find out what I actually paid. I wonder where you would have a big RV guy parked to go inside. 172.41. 746. So then, in other words, what you're telling me too is I don't feel like I even just got the dang price that the fuel book said I was going to get. Did I? How could I? This is insane, bro. Yeah, there's nowhere to park over here because this is all like reserved parking. Alright, I'm going to jump off of here because I'm going to find a place to park. I'm going to go in and use the bathroom. I'm going to go in and get some coffee. I'll be back with y'all shortly, alright? Shalom. Alright guys, I'm back. So I would say that it's still kind of inconclusive because maybe the tank in the back wasn't as filled as it is right now. But right now, it is all the way filled. So I mean, you know, to fit an extra 6 or 7 gallons in a tank that large is not really that unreasonable of a thing. But right now, the truck is pegged, and the back tank, I'm not going by what the gauge only says, I'm going by what I look inside, and it is filled. So, what I'm going to try to do is get to a point where I know exactly how much, like if I get the truck down to half, exactly 18 gallons, then I'm going to sit there and pump exactly 18 gallons, and then when I go to refill the tank in the back, let this guy go, but he was yielding to me, and that was kind of him. Okay, what am I saying? I'm gonna work the truck tank down to 1/2, then I'm gonna pump it for 20 minutes, which double check it that it's showing that it is filled. That's 18 gallons, and then I'm not gonna use the back tank again. Go to the fill station and see is it taking 18 gallons, because if it does, man, then it's just a stupid gauge, you know. I'm freaking stressing myself out probably over nothing, dude. But it isn't nothing because it's a serious matter, because the diesel is insanely priced, and something like that, if you are losing any, adds up. And also, I run it, I'll do this too. When the truck gets down to half, maybe I'll even find a place, pull over, turn it on, pump it, and spend the whole 20 minutes sitting under there. Just sit underneath the truck and look for any drip. I've done it before. I saw nothing. If I saw nothing drip for 20 minutes, how can it possibly be a leak, bro? I don't think it can. saying? I'm gonna run cover for my big fella right here. You get on out there, big boy. These people don't want to let us over now. I might even roll with you for a little bit. Let's do that. But I got my coffee. Got to use the facilities. I did get the def topped off. All in all, it was not like an unproductive stop. It's just, I get frustrated, you guys. And you know, I went to the mechanic and I asked him to check everything. It's funny because the old filter had just like a little bit of staining on it. I really haven't seen one of these exterior fuel tanks that doesn't have a little bit of staining on the filter. That always seems to be just the tiniest little bit that leaks out. I don't know. The new filter's worse. He's like, yeah, I think it could be this right here. And I looked at it and it was like the tiniest little thing. And I don't think that that's enough to cause it to leak because there's a gasket there that's. But maybe. I don't know. He could have been right. You know, now why is there one on this one? I don't know. So frustrating, dude. It's not, I mean, it's also just that you feel like you just can't get decent help. You can't get someone to help you, even if you're willing to pay them. Kenny's trucking in Monroe doesn't even want to look at my truck. You know? Because, well, I mostly just work on big rigs. Well, okay, but you did my DOT vehicle inspection there, and I don't know why you wouldn't be willing to, you know, I don't even know, he goes, I don't even know who does that around here. Look around, like, I don't know either, bro, but I see those exterior fuel tanks all over the place in work trucks. Everywhere, all over Washington. I feel like I see them more there than I ever seen them anywhere else. But I do see them other places too, especially when there's like farming and stuff. Because they can actually take fuel to their equipment using the truck. Makes perfect sense, right? You got a tractor, I don't know what a tractor's, let's just say it's got a 30-gallon tank. I'm sorry if they all come with 50 or greater, like I don't know, whatever. You're not going to take it to the gas station, and you're not going to take a little gas can out there. So you're going to have a big tank like this with the actual pump. That's what I thought I was going to do. I thought I was going to just get like an actual pump and just plug it into the main tank of the truck. But no, it pumps like directly into the tank. So, but anyway, they got them. And it makes sense that they got them. Of course they got them, you know. Supposed to be staying on 15 South, so I'll see you later, big fella. Stressed out. So 42 miles to stay on 15, that ain't telling me nothing. Thanks a lot, Google Maps. You always do that to me. Don't appreciate it at all. But it's basically 4.5 hours to the rest area, which is Hole in the Rock, which is where I planned bed down. And now I need to get into my, I did unlock the 300 points for pumping at the, or fueling at the pump, as well as my shower power is now at 619 out of 1,000, 619 out of 1,000, and I have 6 more days to go. As long as I get myself another load after this one, I should be able to get that, which will basically unlock, you know, free showers for the month of August. I still have free showers for the rest of this month, and I plan on taking one tomorrow. Before bed. Baruk Yahuah. I need to get into my logbook. So that was Ogden. see how our brake is conditionally satisfied. Our driving time that we have for the day is 7.5 hours. I'm not going to be using it all, but that's mostly just because I can't deliver until Monday anyway. So I tried to put like yesterday as a complete day, and today and tomorrow is kind of like around 8 hours, 7.5, 8 hours total. So I have 4.5 remaining. That'll leave 3 hours. But even if I push it and drive the extra 3 hours, I get to a point in New Mexico where there's not other places to stay, and I'm trying to stay at rest areas. And it just so happened that this one seemed cool and kind of like themed. So I was like, yeah, just go with that. And then the next one also is like kind of cool. I told you it had like a giant road runner that's built out of all like recycled materials, like computer keyboard and Guitar Hero remote, like the little fake little guitar you play a video game with, shoes, all kinds of stuff. It's wild, bro. It is wild. So the next town that we'll come up to is called Layton. I mean, there's going to be other towns. I'm talking about the next, like, what, larger type of town. So it says that Hill Air Force Base is right out my window. This is the Air Force Base that my mom used to be stationed at. I believe that she met her husband there. Although, no, that was Luke. I think we moved to Arizona already because she was still single when we first got out there. Yeah. Because I remember some of the other, boyfriends and whatever at the time. There was one guy that I actually really liked him a lot. It was like kind of wanted him to be my dad. He asked my mom to marry him, but she said no, that was just not the guy to be for her. But so there's Hill Air Force Base, and we're a little ways away from a place called Layton. I think we'll start to get some more views of Salt Lake too here in a little bit. So I might just keep this on for a little while. And we'll also go through the area where Lagoon is. You won't even be able to see it. Everything's on this side, it seems like. It is what it is. Mostly it's just kind of funny how that's working out. It's not really about seeing Lagoon, is it? There, I feel like I can almost see salt flats way out there. You got to get a break in the building. So I know that's called Bonneville, and it might not be this far north. I don't know, but I'm just saying. I looked out and you can see. Oh, I remember this. It says this is Antelope Island coming up. And at one point, y'all, when I was little, my mom had a Trans Am. This is when she was dating the guy that I was talking about, that I liked. And I'm sure that he had a lot to do with it, right? He probably is the one that got the car. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know the details. But I know that my mom was driving a Smokey and the Bandit Trans Am with the T-tops. Gold and black with the big bird on the hood and everything. And there's this road that goes out to Antelope Island. I guess it's this Antelope Drive right here. It goes out like a long road out in over the lake. And if I remember right, she got pulled over and she got a speeding ticket. And I can't remember what it was, like buried the needle, like 100 and whatever. I don't even know, because I was pretty little. That was before we even went to Spain, which was in 1983, which I was 10. So at this time, I might have been closer to like 7 or something. I don't know exactly. I don't remember, exactly how old I was. But it was before we went to Arizona, and it was before we went, which was before we went to Spain. And I was a couple years in grade school there, at least. So I would have been a student here at Hill Air Force Base Elementary School. Dang, that's wild, huh? Some crazy stuff, yo. I guess one thing is, being in the Air Force kept my mom away from the drugs. There were drugs before that, and I remember, and I don't even know how little. How you remember stuff like that when you're 3, 4 years old? How you remember pop being kept in the freezer? How you remember the boyfriend that came over and turned you upside down and then you could walk on the ceiling and would do like little magic tricks? You know what I mean? But you just do. Water pipes and things like that. They're color filled. So you remember things like that. Alright, so we're getting 9.5 miles in a gallon with this trailer on. And we've gone 183 miles. My coffee was free. I know that it's a compromise for me to get coffee from the truck stop. Please don't beat me up too much, guys. I know that the water that they have is fluoridated. I don't like it, but I also don't like running out of water that I bring from home. And I have 4 1-gallon jugs, which are stainless, and I have 2 half-gallon jugs, which are stainless. So I probably could expand that and get like 2 more. I mean, technically, I could probably get 4 more gallons. I think I'd have room. I would have to move that jump box, but it's movable. I like where it is because I can make sure that I plug it in once in a while. Like what I need to do is plug it into the same plug as the coffee. Like if I'm making coffee, the coffee pot's plugged in. When I'm done making coffee, plug the jump box back in because it can be continuously plugged in. It's fine. It's designed for that, they say. But yeah. And I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know if you ended up getting a view of the mountains or not. I think you did whenever we first pulled into the truck stop and went towards those pumps. If not, maybe we'll get some great views at the hole in the rock. I don't know if the hole in the rock is in Utah because I don't recall, but I believe it is. Dude, if you were gonna do that, you should definitely have done it or do it right now. But I don't know what you're doing, but you're gonna get yourself boxed in, and I haven't changed my speed in over 10 minutes. some more chicken salad later. I'm trying to eat that first because it has the mayo, and so it might have the shortest kind of quote-unquote shelf life or refrigerator life. And my Yashar'Al was telling me that the meat that we brought that's frozen, it should stay somewhat frozen for a few days, so don't rush to cook that. So I got some other stuff there. I got a frittata that's already cooked, come from home. It's so yummy. She put like some kind of salsa along with the ground beef, and I don't normally have any tomato or anything, so that kind of gave a little bit of a zesty flavor. Plus it has like a green chili and some onion. Anyway, I kind of feel like there's probably something gonna drop in the news today. Most likely, my opinion, excuse me, is that they'll announce that the UN has made a trade agreement with Trump while he's over in Scotland for the US. You do have some European nations that are coming out now and saying things against Israel's genocide in Gaza, so it's going to be interesting because, oh, there's the Ferris wheel for Lagoon, and there's that cannibal thing. That thing is huge. It's a huge tower. Weird. It's so weird, y'all. Anyway, you know, the U.S. is pretty much just backs whatever Israel does and runs cover for them and vetoes all the stuff, and that was going on for a while, but now I kind of feel like they're going to play it to where Trump firms up against Netanyahu a little bit and they get this peace deal going with the UN. We'll see. But now, one thing is for sure, I'd never trust none of them. What's that thing you used to say? I can't trust them as far as I can throw them, or something like that. That's funny. But, yep, so I remember wheeling up and down this highway some, especially after I lost my leg. I came to this area looking for my birth father. I think I was probably 16 or 17 years old. I put everything I had in a Pontiac Firebird. I even had me a little 22 revolver, and drove up to Ogden, went to a payphone, got the phone book, started calling every day. Any DAY that I could find, I called him. And I found his number and I called him and I got him on the phone. And I told him that I wanted to meet him at a Village Inn in, I don't know if it was Bountiful or West Bountiful or whatever. And yeah, I saw him walk in and I was with my cousin and his girlfriend, and she goes, "Oh my gosh, he walks just like you," or "You walk just like him," or whatever like that. And it's a funny thing, you know, like we have the same kind of smile and stuff like that. You can definitely see that I take after him, like I look like him in a lot of ways. Baruk Atah Yahuah, I'm not him. Because everything about that reunion just led to heartbreak when, later on, I was communicating with him, and because we separated again. I remember my mom got stationed to go TDY to like Italy, so I went back to Arizona to see her before she left, and I ended up staying there because I went to a Christian circa, and I felt like that pastor was talking right to me, and I got baptized in dead water in the circa, and I was in a youth group, even though I was the farthest thing from Qadash. But anyway, all that to say, later, much later, when my oldest son was born. You know, I was telling my birth father about that so he could try to be like a part of his life and stuff like that, and he really did not have an interest in that whatsoever. And then after COVID, I reached out to him another time to try again, and that time it was, I'm sick, I don't feel so well, I can't connect with you. So, you know, it is what it is. I feel like I tried about 3 times, and it was like 3 strikes and you're out kind of thing. And I don't have any problems with that whatsoever. Excuse me. Yeah, but I always remember these mountains. Well, I tell you what, I can look at them now and I can almost recognize them. There's Centerville. That's not very far from. I remember one of my cousins lived there, and I actually stayed with him and his wife for a little while too. And once we get closer down to Bountiful, I'm sure we'll see the Big B up on the mountain. And I used to be able to see that from my grandpa's house all the time. So, yeah, it's interesting. The lake is not far from here. If you could get yourself up just a little bit of height, you'd be able to see the water clears. You might keep looking through those trees and stuff like that. You might get a glimpse of the lake. It is a big sea out there, actually. I can see a massive temple up on the hill over here. And it is a massive temple, too. That's something that breaks my heart, because I was telling my cousin, who seems to be aware of a lot of things, especially the jibber jab issue that went on, and how the Mormon leaders weren't steering folks in the right direction and all that. And I tried to tell him that they're really wicked, especially at the high levels. And I tried to tell him about the symbols and everything that are on the temples, that he used to be directly involved in their construction. He was like maybe a foreman or something. He would be in charge of like letting different folks go that weren't carrying their weight, so to say. Plus, I'm sure a lot of other things, because he's very skilled and handy in concrete foundations, just construction in general, and probably a lot more that I don't know about that they ended up teaching him. You know, heating and cooling, electrical, plumbing, all kinds of stuff, I'm sure. Right? I'm thinking he probably knows how to do all that stuff. So there's Bountiful Woods Cross, exit 316. So we are very close. There's a house, or there was a house down here that my uncle built, and his sons helped him. And I don't know, I mean, that could literally be off of this exit right here, or if not, then maybe the next one. But I'm sure it's all changed a lot. I mean, look at that massive Costco that's there. That was not even close to being there back then. My grandfather used to work at a Phillips 66 refinery. I don't know if that is. I don't think that is the same one, but I think it's down farther. But yeah, Phillips 66 is apparently still a thing around here. And it's funny because the interstate used to come through, and there was a little exit in the northbound side that had a little bar there. But anyway, you pass by that on the way to my Aunt Judy's house. So, let me see. I don't know if I can see the bee anywhere up on the hill. Maybe I take that down or something. Oh, that's so weird. I don't feel like had several, but when I was here, what are you looking at me for? What? I don't know why they're looking at me. Sometimes people will do that if they see like a panel door open or something, but nothing whatsoever. Anyway, I think that's around here. It doesn't matter. It's Center Street. You would think that I would know more about that, but I really don't. I just remember the terminology of it, people talking about it, and things like that. Yeah, it's all totally changed anyways. Built up like crazy. Just like that. Talking North Salt Lake. Utah to Salt Lake, which is probably all in all, it's probably kind of close to the northern part. I think we're going to go down to like Moab, so that's still technically in Utah. That's where we've been down overnight with that hole in the rock. 70, 65. So I think this is the refinery that my grandfather used to work at. Well, you can see those folks up on the hill, they got tons of money. There's some big old houses up there. Oh, dang, they're strip mining the crud out of that whole mountain. Just raping the earth. There used to always be a flame that you would see up high when we would drive by here, and there was a big sign, too, that said Phillips 66. That technically might not be the one, but, I think that my uncle worked at the refinery too for a while. I guess there's a few of them here. There's another one right there. Yeah, dude, your big old expensive house is sitting right on the edge of a cliff from the trip in the earth. It's pretty gross. You're probably invested in it and making all kinds of money anyways. You don't care. All the people that are invested in the stock market and they have profits and everything like that, they're fueling the beast system and they don't even realize it. And then they're getting their little reward, their little crumb, and they feel like they're somehow like just smarter than everybody else. And, if you only knew what you were paying into. Still got the lake out over there, and ahead of us is still, we're not quite past the water yet, but we're getting close. There's an interstate I-80 and I-80 westbound runs along the south part of it for a little while, so that's kind of like the border. So when we see west up here, you know, you're past it. All strip mining over here on this mountain. The mountain is dead. Hardly any trees on it at all. Now I can start to see the big buildings. There's the Capitol building, place to park with its own little hill. Baba only knows what runs underneath there, but a lot of you have an idea, as do I. Yahuwah will avenge all things. Vengeance is Yahuwah's, and he will repay Baruk Atah for that. A lot of the folks that grow up in this area that disassociate themselves from, you know, the church, the Mormon church, fall into alcohol and drug abuse pretty hard, methamphetamine abuse and things. And there's a lot of homeless folks. Even back when I was little, we used to talk about them all sleeping in the grass around the Capitol building or some kind of park that's over there. Some type of, you know, your Central Park or what have you. And I remember they used to go cruising too. They'd go cruising on it. And you know what? I feel like they called it Center Street, but it could have been Main Street, Salt Lake. Kind of funny, huh? That would have been like probably late 80s and early 90s. I remember going like one time, I think me and Robert, I don't know if James went with us or not, but we were like riding in the back of the truck, checking out all the other cool vehicles, blasting. The driver was blasting Tom Sawyer, you know, Rush. Kind of funny, the stuff we remember from War Mother. I think it's kind of funny that they even took us. It's like, how old even was I, man? Like 8 years old. So that was 80 over there. Now it goes west and then it starts going south and then west again. So it's gonna end up wrapping around the south side of the lake. The lake's pretty much over for us this journey. It doesn't make it clean. This thing is S-I-N city, just like Vegas or anything else. It's all an abomination unto Yahuah. It's all gonna burn. It's all gonna be destroyed. It's all coming down. Most of us are looking forward to that, because that means we're gonna be with Yahusha forever. He's coming soon. Baruk Atah. Left 3 lanes, stay on I-15 south. That's a me. That's a me. A lot of traffic. When I get near these big cities now, though, I hear it. I hear it in the tires, and I just stay in my lane, and I keep my speed fixed, and I just try to ignore them because they're all lunatics. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come to Shalum with that. Like, there are gonna be people racing. There are gonna be people making abrupt lane changes, and all. I just stay focused on keeping my stuff right here and let them do what they gonna do. I don't even think about trying to get out of their way or nothing. So the valley looks pretty wide right here. The mountain is more distant to my east, and and then you can see how far the valley goes on that side out to the west. They call this area West Valley or something like that. For the coffee. He's Baruk. I wonder how hot it's going to get. It's 89 already. HOV 2+ carpool lanes out here. Got it. It's all everything. It's all the same crap everywhere. Starbucks and McDonald's, everything's all the same. Laser AC/DC. Laser Taylor Swift. For you to do your idolatry. Even a huge sign that says it's pretty simple. If you're high, just don't drive. When it used to be telling everybody not to do drugs at all. You know what I mean? It's crazy, bro. Ultimately, they'll call every unclean thing clean, and every clean thing unclean. And they'll want, well, they'll want to turn us in. They'll want to turn us over to the beast for the guillotines. Maybe they're saying that exit to go onto a toll road. I don't think they're saying this road's a toll road. Oh, sure enough, not. So it's telling me 2 miles, but I'm pretty sure it's just gonna say, hey, in 2 miles, you stay on I-15. That's one of my favorite things that it does. I kid, I hate it. I hate it that it does that. Don't do that. That's what it do. It'll do what it do, right? Alright guys. I think that's about enough of the Salt Lake City chaos. We're going to continue on down, and if I start seeing something pretty, especially like hitting this Moab rock formations and whatnot, then I'll be bringing it back up. But we got less than 4 hours total driving time for the day. Of course, course, it'll end up being a little bit longer. There'll likely be construction, things like that. Hallelujah. Rumamu. Yah. Shalum Shalum. Alright guys, I just saw that we have Utah Lake. We're near a town called Orem right now, but if you look off to the distance there at the base of the mountain, you're going to see more water, and that's Utah Lake. Just wanted to try and see if I could get, I mean, it's obviously a lot smaller than the quote-unquote Great Salt Lake, but it's spanning quite a ways south of where we currently are as well. Yeah, it's insane how this place has grown and developed. The city hasn't stopped from North Salt Lake all the way down to now we're at Orem, and we're going to be at Provo, and it's just all just one continuous megapolis, what it is. I've just been trying to pay attention and discern a lot of the advertisements and different things. It's very given over, very given over. So I thought that I would pop this on just so you can check out that Utah Lake, and then as soon as I do, it's like you can't see it anymore. Utah Valley University over here on the left. There is a massive temple coming up. Well, at least let that get on the video. It's you know, it looks like it's built with some like granite or something. That's what it looks like. I don't think it's that old. They're something else. These circles, man. Big old obelisk at the top. So let's see, there's a big Y on the mountain over here, and I wonder what that's supposed to be about. I have no idea. Speed limit 70, I'm going 67. Alright, let's go ahead and pause now, and we'll see once we get out of the city area, if we even do. Actually, hang on just a second, because I think we're going to have a great view of the water. Take quite a while because it looks close on the map, but that doesn't mean that it's actually close in person. Splash Summit, Utah Lake State Park. Center Street. They really do love their center streets, don't they? I don't know what that smell is. It's a very odd smell. it smells like fried potatoes, you know. But obviously it wouldn't be that widespread and long lasting, so I don't know if it's something they're producing, something chemical, I have no idea. Hose and rubber factory, only Abba knows. Only Abba knows. And yeah, they got a bunch of Teslas here too. So the one that just got in front of me and slowed down. It's not charging me no tolls. If so, I don't even know if it takes my pass. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why we would be paying tolls on the interstate. I've been asking and nobody will tell me. Doesn't make any sense. Why is this wall here if the lake is right over on the other side of it? Let's see. Maybe this wall will end and then we'll see the lake. I don't know. It looks like it's literally like right there. And the wall is not ending. I see different things across the country. It's unfortunately increasingly depressing. But, you know, the sickness is everywhere. Still can't see the water. Give it up, yo. It's right over there. There's some water. City you go to, they all drive like lunatics. Everybody's in a big old hurry to break the law. The law don't do nothing. Ask yourself anyways, what value is there in a law if there's no consequence for breaking it? See, it's the doctrine of demons. Yahuah has a law, Torah, instructions, and there is a consequence for breaking it. And they even try to say, oh, all you have to do is believe in this, and then you can break the law all you want. Well, don't say we didn't warn you. When he says, depart from me, you lawless one, I never knew you. Hours remaining, guys, and the corporate megatropolis continues all the way down here. I don't even know where we are now. There's a place called Spanish Fork. I gotta start getting over because I gotta get off in 2.7 miles. Baruk Atah that I looked down and saw that when I did. This little white car out of my way. 6 east. Interesting thing though is that's west. So yeah, we'll have to see how that necessarily wraps around or does whatever it's going to do. East, Spanish Fork, Main Street, exit 1 mile. That's us. Big old Class A next to me. Holy something. Hey, that thing is that's a decent washer. Oh, maybe that's a Class B. Yeah, that thing is no joke, bro. That ain't cheap either. I like to go places and ride mountain bikes. Interesting. Alright. So I go on this road for 128 miles. Hold on, family. Okay, I want you to take this turn at 30. Slow down. So this is going to merge into something called I-70 East. Big old Costco and a Lowe's. Everything is like way developed, like mega developed. This whole state seems like. Wow. I wonder what we could learn about the population of Utah, like how much it's grown in the last 20 years. And maybe in proportion to the rest of the United States. I think I would be really curious to see. Alright, so this is 50 through here. Everywhere. They're all over the joints. Crazy, bro. Okay, going down to 2 lanes. Big RV park right there. I didn't catch the name of it. This is Spanish Fork. It kind of looks like we might be getting into some mountainous terrain here. Let's see how she goes. In this direction, which it looks like it is, we're going to go in between a couple very large mountains. Oh, I got a yellow light change right in front of me here, Center Street. Oh, that's weird. That guy started waving at me. His head at me as he turned, like, what? Finally, I guess. Here we go, family. I want to get over because I know people are going to try to pass me on the right if I don't, like this guy right here. See these mountains that are popping up over here. Got a big one on the left and a big one on the right. So I'll be going right in between. Got some flashing lights up ahead, so we're just slowing down a little. Try to use this trailer brake more because it's a little bit like it's cranked all the way up. Hey, every time I get a new trailer, I got my trailer brake gain turned up to 10, and it still, needs breaking in. So when you hitch up to a brand new trailer, you're gonna see like you need to have that thing cranked up. I feel like a lot of those areas, those people move into those areas and they might look a little bit like this when they first get there. Of course, I know right now all you're looking at is the back side of these houses, but over on my side there's like some farmland and like a little bit of mountains in the background. There's so much boxes out here. Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes full of ticky-tacky, right? That's funny how they got these windmills positioned right here in between these two big mountains so that it can kind of funnel the air right to them. But anyways, so they move to the community and they settle in the house there or whatever, and then within like 10 years it's all built up into this like city. I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what has happened to quite a lot of folks. I'll time this light and try to get in front of all these folks if I can. No, darn it, I'm not going to be able to. Windmills, not. They're horrible. They are. All right. So now we're definitely going to be getting up into this. Oh, it says open range right here. Ooh, really? Okay. Price, Utah, 60 miles away. Two of them aren't even working. No idea why. That's true. I'm going to turn on my exhaust brake just in case we start getting some steep declines up ahead. Train tracks are going to follow us back in through this area. I'm finally getting to see something pretty today. That was insane, bro. Actually, that almost seemed like it was from Ogden to Spanish Fork, one massive city on the freeway, everybody racing around, no love lost at all whatsoever. Would I want to live anywhere in that area? Not at all, not even a little bit. Getting pretty interested in that northern Wisconsin though. It's got me wondering, because I know a lot of people will be like, dude, that's too cold, but I actually do well in the cold. I mean, I get it with the trailer, but there's certain preparations that can be made to accommodate for that too. The trailer needs some love. $1,000 that I don't have, you know. But I'm going to tell you, if the Father opens up the doors that we're asking Him to open up, and He directs our steps, we won't be looking back. Baruk Atah for that. I'm going 60, so I know I'm probably chomping at the bit, but that's on them. Okay. Thank you, mister, for not trying to turn in front of me in an unsafe way. Wow. I got a big pull off right there. I guess that's recovery after coming out of this area. I don't know. Okay, so now they just bumped it up to 65. I will increase my speed a little bit. I'm still going to let these other folks get past. I would have scooted over to the right lane, but the Jeep, he beat me to it. Like, he punched it and got over there, so I couldn't do nothing. See, now they, look, you're not even speeding, but you see a cop, so now you go slow. He's busy and you're not speeding. Gosh. Ain't that something, bro? Some pretty rocks right over here. This side. Maybe you're going to start to get some on your side too as we start to climb up here. Here we go. truck serviced. And it's kind of difficult because I don't know exactly when I'm going to be able to do it in order to like schedule something. If I drop this trailer and there's not a reload that I want to take or need to take anywhere like near me or whatever, and I head on back to Goshen, then I'll probably just schedule, you know. Try to get in there. Oil filter, fuel filter. They're having a thing on brakes, 10% off, and I know that the truck needs brakes because it needed them when I began, but it was at 45%. So I was like, I'm gonna wait a little while. I don't mean to say it needed them. I meant to say it was at 45%, and I knew it would need it, but I wanted to try to use as much of it as I kind of could. But also, like, those aren't really new brakes. The brakes that came with the truck when I bought it, so they work great. Everything's fine. It's just that I had already kind of thought that I would want to get brakes all the way around after like 2 months of doing this job. And that's where we're at. I want to get the suspension looked at too, not because there's any issue. I don't understand. There might be an issue actually. Like, why is the rear ride so low? What would cause the rear end on the truck to squat when it's not hitched? You know, just like, I like the stance a little bit in the front because it makes it look like it's up, like it makes it look kind of tough or something. But it also looks like really low in the back, and I don't know why. I mean, it could have been that people modified their suspension to do that, but I think it could also be something to do with the rear shocks or what have you. I am definitely not very knowledgeable about that. Anybody actually listens to these videos, maybe if you know something, just leave me a little comment down there and steer me in the right direction. But I'm gonna ask them, you know, check it out, stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that they would do that anyway, but I think it doesn't hurt to mention it because some things I think also could get overlooked. See you there, buddy. Chingadercha, I wonder what that means. Probably just said a foul word or something. Alright, we're staying right here. Hooey! Yeah, this part right here is pretty. I didn't know we were going to get to see all this today. I love it. Baruk Yahuah. Yeah, there's some red soil in this mountain off my side. I don't know if you're getting a hint of that over there or not. I think you are a little bit actually around this. Once we go around this little bend and you look across, and you're going to start to see it. But it also looks like there's quite a bit more up here. And I think, you know, it's kind of like a thing that southern Utah is like known for too, right? I think, I don't know. You see pictures of like Moab and all that. It's got like kind of a reddish rock, but it's also more like the actual formations of it. We're not getting that yet, but you can kind of see how we might transition. There's definitely folks out here playing around on their four-wheelers and things. Back in there's a bunch of trucks parked. Whatever toys they brought with them up. That's cool. I used to see that kind of thing a lot in Phoenix when I was there. I felt like of all the places that I lived, that was the place where the most people went, like off-road and stuff on weekends and whatnot. At least from what I have seen. Like Red Rock, Sedona, Sunset Crater, and then of course just the deserts. Agua Fria River Bottom, New River, stuff like that. Yeah, there's a bunch of rocks on my side right here. Some of them look like they could actually be little caves. Always love to look for the caves. Well, at home I'd not heard from my Yahuah for a while. She's usually up by now. Already left her a couple of messages and ain't heard nothing. I'm like, missing her. Missing her. I know that she's also wanting to recover a lot because we had one really late night, and then we had a very busy day, and then we got a limited amount of sleep the next day. Last night was the first night that I felt like I could really get as much hours of sleep as I needed. And I did for the most part. Like I said, there was just a few times that I got woken up by bass music and people hollering in the parking lot and stuff. There's some of them rocks, see that? Pretty. It is pretty right here. So, Papa willing, she's getting some recovery time that she needed too. And puppies are still going through their potty training, but they're doing a lot better. I'm looking forward to bringing baby girl with me out on the road. Her little saddle thing right here in the center, and she can ride with me. I did seen a trucker with a really gorgeous big white dog. He had like a white, what are those kind of wolf dogs? Like a Siberian husky type of dog, but it was all white. Really gorgeous. Alright, we're starting to get some traffic up here. The road's getting a little bit more windy, and so like there's a boat and there's an RV. So it could just be because of that. There's also a big rig up there. Okay, so everybody's got to slow down because of that. No worries. Ha! There go my baby. Pretty sure that's who that is. It's gonna be a little bit tricky for me to check it right now, Mama Bear, because of this really windy part of the road here. And they got construction going on up here too. She's probably just hearting my messages. Get a I love you too, and then she'll need some time to, like, you know, let the puppies out to go potty, and you know, everybody has a few things that they need to try to do when they first waking up in the dawning, right? Okay. Now everybody somebody start going fly past me, please, because I'm not interested in speeding through here at all. So there's only one little. Oh, there's two. Oh, here go another. Just as long as I want them to all get clear, so that when I go to get over, it's going to go back to like one lane likely. I'll be able to get over. This little Toyota, and then got this guy pulling a trailer. He's pushing that Toyota hard, dude. That's funny. Alright, now I can check and see what. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and stop and make sure we don't lose this chunk of video. And be back with you guys soon. I'll be willing. We have less than 3 hours remaining according to the Google Maps, and 176 miles for the day. If I start seeing something really gorgeous or what have you, I'll bring you on, and I do apologize if you're finding this pleasant and enjoyable. To be honest, I am. I am. So there's probably somebody out there that is, but I can't just record the entire day. All right. Shalom, shalom. Well, this is kind of pretty. We started to come down the mountain. We're still on that 6 east, but this is like a rocky. There's a descent, so I said, let's pop this camera on so in case there's something. Oh dang, it's so pretty. There's a water flowing right down next to me on this side. I don't know if it's going to cross over or not. And I also don't know if that's what they're calling Price River, but I saw a sign for Price River a little while back. I think we're close to a town called Price, but we may have passed it a while ago. Next passing lane, 3 miles. Interesting looking at the forest coming up here. This is Price Canyon. Yeah, like, I mean, is that the result of fire damage in this area too? Kind of looks like it. Just look up on this ridge right here. You see the trees, the trunks of the trees that look like they have been burnt within the past like year or so. Everybody's really buckling up right here, so I'm going to just try and slow down. There's a tractor trailer that's hauling some kind of large equipment, so it's okay. They're really slowing down. That's okay. I'm just saying, I thought 50 was going to do it, but it looked like they wanted to be at 40 instead. And now, of course, they're speeding up. Try to like smooth out your speed a little bit instead of being like fast slow. Like, you can see the guy in front of you. He ain't gonna not going to be making any sudden stops. Sheesh. And of course, the one that I'm talking about is in a massive bus, which is not like a form of public transportation. No. It's a massive Class A motor coach type thing. Prevost, Provost, I don't know. And it says, Le Bus. Oh, bro. I don't know this for sure, but my approximation would be that they have a lot of money and they want to travel in this big fancy bus that also is like, you know, a house. And I can't blame them. You know what I mean? Just watch closely how they drive, because they must think that it's, you know, like their POV. Who knows what a POV is? Most people probably don't know what I'm talking about. And the truth is that the big truck that's hauling the heavy load is following the recommendations of the road signs as well. You know? It's really just that most people don't want to. I'm gonna go ahead and slide over here because I got about 5 folks behind me that are probably gonna be like, I have to pass this guy. You ain't gonna go anywhere, but go ahead. People wear me out, bro. I'm worn out, like for real. Okay, that's the last of them. I'll let them go first now. I'll see if I can take this truck with the trailer. And if I can, that's okay too. I don't mind. I got 2 hours and 18 minutes remaining, 145 miles to go. I'll likely have one stop. For a restroom break. Area, I'll probably try to find a shade spot, set up my little cooktop, and warm me up some grill. Baruk Atah. It is really pretty through here, too. I mean, I am well pleased that I got the camera turned on when I did. I wish you could see this over here on this side, but you know, I know there's always something on each side. Every window has its own beauty view, so just be patient and come. There's a little train down here. This is actually a passenger train. Huh. I wonder which one that is. That's probably one we could. Rocky Mountaineer. Rocky Mountaineer, baby. Remind me, we could try to watch a Rocky Mountaineer on the YouTube. That's who I just passed. I don't know the area that they're going through, but I just said it on the video. Price Canyon. So you can check out the Rocky Mountaineer moving through Price Canyon. That'll be fun. Make a little mental note of that. Actually, I'm gonna leave her a little voice message right now. Hey, baby, sometime when we're home together watching YouTube. We need to check out the Rocky Mountaineer train, and it's going through Price Canyon. It might be fun to watch. I just passed them. Mwah! It says that there's no connection, but it'll deliver the message, you know, the next time that there is a connection, kind of thing. And this is where that exhaust brake helps out so much, because this is a pretty steep descent right here. US 191, we're not taking that. We're staying on 6 all the way to 70 east. It says port closed, and it's interesting because it's like, well, you're gonna get to see it. There's a bulldozer or something parked there, and there's like a governmental booth or whatever, but like port, what do you mean port? It's weird. The port of entry? Like, yeah, and over here they got the water running alongside the railroad track. It's pretty down in there. It seems like it'd be fun to take that train sometime. I'd like to take my baby and go on a train ride like that. Of course, our bond too, he comes with us. And, you know, to be able to actually, like, enjoy it. Like a little break, like a little rest that we're probably never going to get. There's some oil cars for you. Oil cars for days. This thing just goes on and on and on. I think it's funny that they say engine brake restricted, right? Come on, bro. Like, you don't need to get over yourselves. I thought that was just the blue states that were doing that to folks. Y'all doing that out here too? Some of us need to use that to help us. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. So this place looks like it's called Helper or something like that. It's interesting, right? Helper, is that what it's called? Oof, there's some really pretty rocks next to me on this side. West Helper. I want to go to West Helper. Oh, she's saying we watched it before. See, I told you guys I forget things all the time. Poor baby has to deal with me being like, yeah, I know, I told you already. I'm like, oh, sorry. It's funny. Part of being an old man, I guess. It's kind of hilarious that this guy, he doesn't want to really let people pass. I mean, he's finally getting a chance to move himself, so he's like, hey, I want to go. Now this Kia, look at this Kia. What are you doing, bro? This is your chance to pass the big truck. Now's not the time to be a sissy. Yeah, you're gonna have to push it a little, but that's what it is. It's time to push it a little. Huh. I wonder if he's planning on exiting or if he's just see that, right? Going down one lane. You want me to pass you, or are you going to go? Okay, he's going to go. Crosscut Brewery. See, now I would love to deliver a brand new RV to this lot right here. The RV Store of Utah. If you guys want to get you some brand new units out of India, just let me know and I'll bring them to you. Funny. Trust me, I'd rather go there than all these big cities. You know? Sacramento. Stuff like that. No thanks. Done it though. Just not my thing. You got a house up on the hill with a teepee. Some kind of teepee in their front yard. I don't know that I would say it's authentic or not, but you see it right up on the hill. I do kind of remember watching that Mountaineer now, Rocky Mountaineer. But I don't remember trying to pay attention and be like, where's Price Canyon? So Price River just crossed under us, so now it's on that side. So if it comes adjacent to the road again, which oftentimes happens, you might get a great view of old Price River, Baruk Atah. I see a horsey up here. Sometimes when I see the horses in the trailers, I'll kind of film. I passed about 5 of them earlier. I should say they passed me. Their driver was flying on I-5 coming out of Salt Lake City. And I felt for those horses that were in there because it's like, your driver is going like way too fast. But you guys are going to get a great view of this guy. He's got blonde hair. He's got himself like a little tan coat, and he's just got his head out so he can feel the breeze. How you doing, buddy? That was so cool. Rock you. Yeah, you see how these rocks look. Rock face with the top being flat, and then it kind of like everything slid down. I wonder about that. Like how did it get like that? I'm sliding over here. I don't know if I should or not, but I see a Subaru or something trying to push me behind. So I think I should. But yeah, this is another one of those, what do you call it, port of entry or UDOT, Utah Department of Transportation. So when I get to New Mexico, I gotta get a permit. You got to go in person. That should be interesting. It shouldn't be a problem, but since it's my first time, it's kind of like, eek. Just not knowing what to expect. So this must be Price right here, and you got 3 exits worth. So it's not really that tiny of a little area, is it? All right, 133 miles remaining for the day. Looks like we may be done coming out of the mountain. And I think it's going to start turning a little bit more like deserty. I don't know. I'm not sure that I've ever been here before. I don't know. I think that my experience is more like through Vegas and Hoover Dam and stuff like that. This is kind of like a route that I don't feel like we ever used to take when we would go to Salt Lake from Phoenix and stuff. Because we made several trips back and forth, Phoenix and Salt Lake. We go through like Flagstaff and all, but I'm not going through Arizona, so we're taking 6 and scoot a little more to the east, and then gonna go down through New Mexico instead. I could have stayed on 15 to Phoenix and then came across I-10 probably. I didn't really look at it too much because it's just, I'm not trying to add a lot of distance and time to the routes. I'm trying to get these loads done because we need the money. Like, we need the money. How are you guys doing out there? How are you guys feeling impacted by this great recovery and all the benefits of the tariffs coming in? You know, all the fuel prices being like so great and everything, like they keep trying to tell a fish. That ain't how it is for us, right? Yeah, I don't remember getting a big check or anything from the government either. I'm not sure, maybe they lost my address. But what's funny is actually, like, while I was driving south on 15 through Utah there, I saw America First, like it's like either America First Arena or America First Stadium or America, right? It was like Field, America First Field, I don't know, whatever. Google it. I was like, wow. Tell us it's Trump country without telling us it's Trump country, right? Kind of funny. Alright, speed limit here is 60. I'll drop my speed down a bit because there's a traffic jam happening up ahead here. They're not going that slow, even though they kind of are. So it looks like the Main Street exit right there. I guess for Price. Yep, Price. Go wrap around. It looks a little bit rough from my angle, the part of it that I'm seeing, as far as just like trailers and whatnot. Okay, but we're continuing down this road here, which is still, they call it 191 South on there, they're calling it US 6 on there. That's probably because it's both, right? Happens a lot. Another one of my favorite things. 60. Arches National Park, 109 miles. Lake Powell, 175 miles. It's telling me I got 128, but after 58 miles, we're going to get on 70 east, so that could change all things. Am I supposed to get over? I can't tell what's going on. I guess I'm supposed to get over. If you guys want to go around me, go ahead, because I'm not in a race right now. Speed limit 60. Well, there's definitely not much to look at right through here. So let's go ahead and end, and we'll keep our eye out and see if there's something else. And we'll fire the camera back up if we see some more stuff that looks Yapa, Baruk Yahuah. Looks like, surprisingly, 2 p.m. Yeah, it's because it's not possible to make it to the closing of the dealership by 4. And I couldn't find another rest area, so I just went ahead and chose this route. But it's no reason to change it. I'm going to stick with it. will definitely try to get some video at the rest area as well. If there isn't anything between now and then, I'll be willing. We'll see you in about 2 hours. But if something else pops up that looks worthy, then we'll snag that. Right now, all I see is off somewhere off in the distance there, got some factory or something going on out there. All right, Shalum. Dang, bro, this is called Wellington. It doesn't look so well in Wellington, in my opinion. It looks like it's economically hit really hard, and some folks living in some pretty rough conditions throughout this area. And there's a massive solar panel field right over there to my left, and it is very massive, very disgusting. And yeah, the land is sick, bro. So now my Shah just told me that they're planning on we knew that they were going to take the power down for 12 days, and I was going to talk her through firing up the generator. And now she's saying that they're announcing that it's going to be 3 days, starting on Tuesday. Dang it, bro. Man, that's got me bothered. That's got me bothered. I'm starting to wonder, right? Like my brain is churning and gears are turning, because I'm like, should I go home? 50&6 diner is completely shut down, abandoned, looking like trash. Just like a lot of the stuff, not just in this town, but towns like it all across this land. Look at how these folks live. Look at these trailers. My Sean and I were talking about this. It ain't just the inner city ghetto that's struggling. There's lots of folks in lots of little towns all across this land that are living in really rough conditions like that, and it's normal for them. Like, they don't even know like anything else. Some of them are born and raised into it, and it's crud. It's poverty, bro. It's a freaking type of depression, and they want to act like everything's greater than ever. It's like old boy's selling his big rig right there. I wonder if yeah, a lot of solar panels in this area. A lot of solar panels through here. It's 86 degrees right now. Partly cloudy. I don't know. It is what it is. Why are you gonna sit there and dude, they're saying that it's for maintenance. You don't take the power down for 3 days to change, what the heck did they call those things? I think it started with a C. It's not a condenser, it's not a compressor. It's some kind of part to power poles or whatever. I don't even remember what they said now. Yeah, getting more unwell news and feeling pretty discouraged about it, because I don't like being away from them like that when that's going on, dude. And now you're gonna sit there and say that it's planned to turn the power off for 3 days? That's just crazy. That's just crazy. Alright guys, we'll be back in a bit. I'll be willing. Wow guys. Talk about desert. Wilderness. Whoo-wee. I was like looking at some of these rocks over here on my side and the ones that are way off in the distance on your side over there, thinking, you know, hey, if I'm gonna like film a western or something, like some of this stuff is better than Arizona, just straight up. This is crazy. I do see also a couple dust devils, or land spouts as they're also called. Passed a couple back there, but wasn't able to get the camera on. And I just saw 2 up here around 1 o'clock, directionally, right? Straight ahead of me is 12 o'clock, and so they were around 1 o'clock, but now I don't. So I don't know if they just spin up and then dissipate, or if we're going to see it again in a second. But I wanted to share this view, this unique landscape, as it has very much changed. And I'm like, oh wow, let's get some of this on video before it's gone, you know. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Just finished having some more chicken salad. Had to pull over and utilize the urinal. So that's actually a really great thing to have if you're going to be doing this line of work. Sometimes you just have to make do, you know, because there's not like an actual facility or whatever. And honestly, like, that little thing lets you kind of just open up a door on the opposite side of the vehicle and throw a little cover and use that, and then you can just turn around and dump it out, and that way you don't have to worry about, oh no, because there's still a lot of people on the road, right? I just had 2 people pass me. Here comes a 3rd person. When I tried to pull back out on the road, it seemed like I had to wait a while for a gap to get out. There's a lot of people on here. And there goes a train on this side. Earlier I saw a bunch of box cars, and they're just sitting there like abandoned looking, and I was gonna get the camera on real quick, but I couldn't quite get it done in time and missed the opportunity. But yeah, looking on this side, these are all more of those oil cars. Yeah, I see a lot of abandoned train cars across the country, and it just stands out to me as broken down, dilapidated supply chain, which is a part of that whole black horse thing. Really upset right now about this whole, like, turning the power off for 3 days, like, as a planned thing. I mean, we have to run the generator because we have several months worth of frozen meat, you know, and of course also what's in the regular refrigerator. Like, nobody can just go have their refrigerator itself off for 3 days. I know what that's like. That's what happens when you have these tropical storms that go through Florida and knock power out for several weeks. Everybody loses. Your fridge is off for like 3 days. Everything's spoiled. Your whole, right? You got $350 replace what you got in your fridge, and that's bare bones $350. Nowadays, that's probably closer to $550. You know, because I'm going back to, like, I don't know, probably 2001 or 2 or 3. We had 3 of those come right through, crisscrossing all over Central Florida, and people lost their food in their fridge multiple times in the same year. You know, that's pretty devastating to families that are paycheck to paycheck, and this idea of not having power for 3 days is devastating for my house. And you know, we can have the freshwater tank is 100 gallons, so you can have enough water there for flushing and maybe washing some dishes here and there, but it's you know, we still drink from a Berkey because, well, I guess if you have well water in your fresh tank, you could drink it, but the thing is, I would probably want to do to treat the fresh tank, and the water that's in there, that's probably like halfway filled, is probably old, very stale. You know, I want to probably empty that completely out and then redo it. If I was home, I would do that, and I would also put in the iodine. But I'm not home. This really sucks. I'm dropping this trailer off Monday. first thing, and they're going to take the power offline on Tuesday. So even if I go straight home, I pretty much won't make it back. And like Yahusha said, we need the money more, because if I can't get out here and earn what we need, you know, there won't be any trailer to worry about. And this is so beast system, you know what I'm saying? Can't like it over here. So I'll have a phone call with Yahusha later, and we'll try to go over some things and see if we can talk about how to fire up the generator, talk about how to pump any fuel out of the, there's a fuel tank in the trailer too, and we can take some of the fuel that's there and put it into our cans and use it for the regular generator. I know some of it's old and some of it's stale and stuff like that, but it'll still run the generator, it still works, and we still need to use it up. You know, there's probably going to be a bunch of people, there's going to be a rush on gas in the community. Everybody's going to go fill up their cans, and they're probably going to gouge the price at the pump. You know, this type of stuff is society. And unfortunately, because I'm not able to be there, depending on how much we can accomplish over the phone, you know, I may need to reach out to a couple people in the area to see if they can give a hand, because it's a lot. It's a lot. She already has a lot on her plate, man. I don't like this. You will rebuke them. This type of thing, like, seems planned to me, dude. You don't take the power down for 3 days to do maintenance. You say we're going to take the power down for 12 hours for maintenance, and then you go, oh, due to unforeseen events, we're going to need to continue to have the power. You know what I'm saying? We're going to need to continue to have the power off for an additional day. And then you announce that you're going to need an additional 2 days, and everybody loses their mind. They just come right out and be like, yeah, no power for 3 days. What? That's crazy, bro. All right, let me see what this is. I just got on a new road. This is 70 East, I-70 East. We're in Utah, and the speed limit's 80. Wow, I thought that was only an Idaho thing. I don't want to overdo it. It feels really, really hot. It says it's 97, but I'm pretty sure it's hotter than that. It's just desert, bro. It's just straight up desert. And these mountains that you're not able to see, because the one that you're seeing doesn't look that significant at all. But the one that's straight ahead and the one that's over here to the north looks more like Grand Canyon style. Straight up just looks Grand Canyon-esque. Grand Canyon-esque. It's like red rock. It's got different layers to it. And this one over here is flat on the top. Actually, that one's straight ahead is flat on the top too. It just has some sections that also look like they got damaged a little more than the other sections. Yeah, it's wild. It's like there was a big wall and it got melted, or it got blasted, or something. I don't know. It makes me wonder sometimes if the fall had fortified areas or something, and Yahuah poured his wrath out on it and left it, and it looks like that. Because I'm not buying the whole official narrative of, like, you know, not just evolution, but also like sedimentary layers and how the land changes over millions of years and that whole thing. Not at all. Definitely some cool off-road trails out here. Look at that. Dang, I can remember when I had my 3-wheeler. Well, I'll be going crazy over there. 4-wheel. You just make sure you have yourself some water with you. Some extra fuel, because dang, it's looking pretty desolate out there. Honest. Went back and checked the load board again. There's still just that one reload, nothing else. And I don't, like I said earlier, there probably won't be anything today or tomorrow because the dispatch just actually like closes. So I find that to be pretty wild. You got all these units out running 24/7, but they have like a limited thing they call it a control room that can do some functions on weekends, but also has limited hours. We are 1 mile away from Green River, Utah. Just to give anybody who has some perspective, the understanding of where we are. We are at East 70 near Green River. It's saying that I have 65 miles to go until we reach a hole in the rock. Below that there's a great space to park and some shade. I'm gonna let there be some shade. Ooh-wee. Last night I had to run the truck for quite a while, probably like an hour, and then like about probably 15 or 20 minutes several hours later as well. But we made it, we survived. It was about the same temperature, 96, when I went to go to bed. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. And that little fan, it's a USB powered fan, 3 speeds plus mist. It has 3 levels of mist, so I put it high fan, high mist, and just ride it out. Ride it out. I probably would have slept all the way through if they didn't make all that noise, and they made all that noise, and I woke up and I'm like, I can't really go back to sleep. I was like, dang, it's actually a little bit difficult to breathe right now. Like, yeah, it's really hot in here. I just need to turn the truck on. Just need to do it. So you do it. Spiritually speaking, my discernment is pegged. Pegged. And I'm not digging that. And yeah, that's part of the reason why too. I was like telling my shop that I'm really considering if I should just try to come home after I drop this load, just because, I don't know that there's gonna be more, and I don't know that how long you'll be able to get fuel at the pumps, and I just don't know how much longer $1,000 will be worth anything, stuff like that, because it doesn't feel like it's going to be that much longer. And then of course the obvious logical response is, you've been saying that for 5 years. And I have been saying not much longer, right? But at what point is it going to be like the next day or the next week, and it's like, you want to err on the side of being a mocker and a scoffer and being like, where are the signs of his coming? That's scripture. You got this view on your side, which is these little rolling dust hills, whatever, and it got this crazy red canyon rock face over here. Dang. Utah is one-sided when you're making this route, you're traveling through here. I think 6 was a little bit of kind of like both sides had beauty. 15 was definitely, you know, other than if you got to see the lake at all, which is probably pretty nasty anyways, to be honest with you, right? It's not so great anymore. But all the mountains are on the other side and you can't see any of that. And now it seems like it's all on this side. But I think we will still get something over there. It's just going to be a little bit of a matter of time. This is the guy that I passed earlier when we were on Route 6, so he must have passed me when I pulled over to relieve myself, and now we're back. Kind of amazing how some of those guys go as long as they do. But I know that I'm drinking up some coffee, and I already drank half of my thing of water too. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Well, I was waiting to see if you were going to get any of that kind of red rocky looking stuff on that side, but it doesn't look like you are. There's also like these areas that are sunken down where you can see that some water had flowed through, you know, at some point, whatever. It's pretty interesting. Kind of a rocks and canyon and stuff way back in the distance there. So I don't know what exit 182 is, but it's in 9 miles, and it's what we're taking. Makes me a little nervous, because I don't know what that is, you know. It's probably that road right there, which is called 191. Pretty sure that sounds familiar, pretty sure that's what it is. Alright, so we'll see what the scenery looks like there. I'm going to go ahead and stop this, and we'll be back with ya, Baba willing, shortly. Qadashayam. I almost missed my turn. Almost missed my turn, family. Okay, so this is 191 right here. So I just wanted to kind of fire this up just because I don't really know what to expect. And I just feel like I just saw classic Utah man. Utah man wears those sunglasses that have the different colors like Macho Man Randy Savage used to wear. You know, the huge ones where you're like blocking out the sun from when you're on Mercury. I don't know. They're like blue and green and purple depending on, you know. And then he's got his lifted truck, you know, with his big off-road tires. It's just a joke, but I seen a bunch of those guys today. That's cool, mate. That's cool, mate. Take that truck and go off the road with it, though. I think that would be pretty cool. All right, so now you're viewing. Let's see, south. East in the easterly direction. No, west. And you're still not getting to see anything. I'm being honest, you guys. I'm not trying to pull your leg. There's cool stuff out my window again. Now we're going south, so maybe you get some. I feel like you will, because looking at what's ahead and stuff like that, and how it goes all the way across the field of view, windshield, whatever you want to call it. Come on, if you're gonna pass, you need to pass. The lane is ending. Seriously, bro, like, there we go. You just passed me and the lane ends in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Thank you. So it's saying 93. It's really like around 1:30 right now. Local time, you know, mountain. 44 miles remaining. And ETA is about 50 minutes. Whoa. We got some strong winds that like are coming across here off and on, so it's pretty interesting. It's making for a little bit of a wild ride there. Continue to make our way down this 191. We got it less than an hour. I feel like I'll be back shortly because what's up ahead looks like it's going to be worth checking out. So, y'all stay tuned. Wow, I'm surprised to see Canyonlands Regional Airport. I just was checking out this whirlwind. It's over on my side now, but it was on this side, and I think it just blew right over the top of this airport. I can't see how that would be healthy for jet engines, sucking all that dust. But yeah, there's an airport right there. Wild, bro. So wild. Now you're starting to see some of that, all the red rock type stuff on your side. And there was really amazing. The road's a little rough through here, sorry. There's some really amazing stuff over on this side, but here we go again. At some point, y'all are probably like, yeah, right, dude. You keep saying that it's on your side. We can't see it at. But I'm telling you the truth. Yeah, like really solid rock that's red and like a pinkish color and like long and smooth. Like, so that's a little bit unique. It just kind of started seeing that. Now what you're starting to see on your side is a bit of what was on my side earlier, what I was just trying to describe to you guys earlier. So now it's kind of on both sides. And then, oh, I gotta get over here in case somebody's wants to pass over in the slow lane, just in case. Yeah, now there's some rocks over here that are large. Oh, there are those rocks on your side too that are just like little standalone pieces. There's some stacked up over here, kind of like that one right there with the black on it. Dude, come on, like you can't. Just so you understand, like you had a chance and you didn't go for it. So door closed quicker that time. There's another whirlwind, or yeah, another dust land spout right over here on my side too. There's quite a few. It's pretty dry. 96 now right here. Dang, look at what you're getting now. So that's called Mill Canyon, or at least this is called Mill Canyon Road right here. So I would assume that if we turn on Mill Canyon Road, we'll go to Mill Canyon. Oh, that's true, but it makes sense. So there's the railroad tracks again. I wonder, does the Rocky Mountain here go through there as well? It's getting kind of southerly for that, but it could be. Like, is Flagstaff, Arizona part of the Rocky Mountains? I'm pretty sure. Excuse me, but it is. Although who knows where man draws his lines, right? Say like one mountain chain stops and another one starts, or one sea stops and another one starts, or whatever, but it's really all one giant continuous sea, right? Not the lakes, the sea, all that are connected. I don't like to say that O word because it's four mighty ones. Name everything after four mighty ones, dirty dogs. So those are the kind of rocks that I was saying that I was seeing. See them over here now. Standalone, some round and smooth, some blackened, all different types. And then some of the sedimentary layers, I guess if I should use that word sedimentary, I don't know if I should, strata, whatever. It's got like an angle to it, like it dives into the ground. And then look at this dark colored fascia, the mountain face right here, how it has a dark color. Look at that. What is that? It's like greenish. What is that, y'all? See that? That's crazy. And then a little bit up here, you see how it turns red. It gets down low and then it turns red. And then up here it goes, the red bleeds down into the green, and then it turns red and like lime again. So crazy. Oh my gosh, yeah, this my window over here is looking like, straight up looking like that green kid. There's a state park over there. I missed the name of it. So, entrance. But yeah, you got some of the same kind of stuff coming up. Pretty much starting right there. That one right there. Yo, that is so cool. Cool, Maya. That's cool. Pretty. I wouldn't want to be stranded out here without any water. That's for darn sure. I wouldn't want to try to cross this terrain without an experienced guide and some kind of a donkey or some There's a bunch of tents on my side. Oh, it's called under canvas. Under canvas. Some of them are teepee shaped. Yeah, the canvas. Yeah, it's weird. Canvas tents with teepee tops, but they're not all the way down to the ground in teepee shape. I don't know what's going on, dude. Under canvas. Google it. Probably under canvas Moab. Come right up. You'll see the weird little structures that they're dwelling under. Some of these rocks, the way they're stacked up, you have to like look at that and be like, how is that frozen on top of there? But it is. Fuel depot right there. I wonder what they're charging for diesel, but I don't really want to know. Moab Giants? Giants? Head Horse Point. And then you got the fake lizards. And the BS continues. Ding, 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 ding. And here's a bunch of them. Still more real than the official narrative. Whatever, brother. They don't want you to know that there's dragon bones out here. Yep. Dragons. Pretty cool. Will they come back? Breathe their fire? I think there's a great chance. Very great chance. Did you see those people? They're in like a tourist Hummer. Jurassic Park tour. Something. I don't know. I'm kind of making it up, but I'm sure it's pretty accurate. Well, these rocks are amazing that are coming up right here. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Look at our Father's handiwork, you guys. Give him praise. Rumamu. Yahusha. You see that similar type of shape where it's like looking like some ancient giant wall that got somehow melted or obliterated. I mean, I'm not saying that's what it is, I'm just saying it keeps resembling that. And also, parts of it resemble like deterioration of petrified wood. Deterioration. Sorry, I can't talk. I think you know what I'm trying to say. Alright, how we doing? A little bit swifter. We got 30 minutes to go. 94 degrees. And you can see the railroad tracks. Riding on the train, get a view of all that stuff too. Really cool. I mean, I don't know about you guys, if it's just me, but like, if I was on a train like that, I probably would spend 90% of my time just staring out the window. I'm not all crazy interested in what kind of food you got. I don't care about the drinks or the ice cream or the this or the that. I don't care. Just give me some ground beef or some steak and leave me alone, and then I'll just stare out the window and look at that. Look at that gorgeous creation. It's just so amazing. Get over one because I want to make sure that you can still see the top of this, and it goes up really high now. I don't know that you're going to be able to, so I might hit. Let's see what happens. I can press this button. Oh, that's worse. Oh, I'm sorry. Bear with me, guys, just a second. Oh, there it goes. So I'm only going to do it for a second just so you can get a perspective of the height. But I don't want to lose the detail that we had, and I don't like the mirror and all that being in there. But yeah, that's how tall that is. Right? So let's go back. Okay, so it's kind of like you just can't quite see the top of it. Just barely, right? Amazing. Hold that for a second. I won't do it too long because we actually have like a turn coming up. But you can see the tiniest little bit of blue sky up there. Okay. And just so you know, it's right here on my side too. Giant rocks, like really gorgeous. So cool. And some of them, again, they look burnt. Some of them are like blackened. Pretty neat. So it's saying Arches National Park, and I feel like that's kind of like where you always see the pictures, like the calendars and stuff like that. Okay, so they go down at some kind of exit somewhere down here to the left of me, and then they climb up that rock right there. So that's where I feel like a lot of that stuff kind of comes from. You know, meaning like the pictures and whatnot. Remember when we saw the horse earlier, you guys? He was tan with like blonde hair. He's right in front of me. I'm gonna try to get up here so you guys can get another glimpse. I'll actually try and match your speed for a second. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi, horsey. Step on it, or what's going to happen here. Okay. I will try and scooch on over. Give you a chance. There we go. I feel like I see another dust devil swirling over here, and I think you guys are going to get a view of it this time. In fact, it's more like a dust wall. It's like a, wow, you're gonna see. Whew, dude, what's going on over there? It's stirring up like a whole wall of dust. Wow, that's cool. Okay, we're gonna go down to one lane. U.S. Department of Energy something project. UMTRA, UMTRA, Department of Energy, UMTRA project. What in the world is that? Okay, 19 miles till my stop. A bunch of people, they wanted to get off right there for some reason. Okay, let's drop it down to 40 right through here. This is like a hotel or something. Interesting through here. Stuff that feels very, you know, touristy. And I mean, you know, rightly so, because there's some very unique things to look at through here. Dang, you guys, look at what you got off in the distance over there. So this is the Colorado River. And it's actually looking pretty broad through here. A lot of burnt rocks on my side. I'm calling them burnt because I don't know what else to call them. They're blackened, bro. It's wild. Starting to get all excited. I can hear my voice. They got a bunch of EV chargers at this rest area right here. I mean, they got like 6 of them there. Back and get us, Pops. Let's get on up out of here. what they do. Alright, 40 miles an hour. This is Archway Inn. So this is actually like Moab right here. Or at least it's saying it on my map that this is like Moab city limits or whatever. You see a bunch of different hotels and stuff in this area. I gotta make sure I paid very close attention to the traffic signs and whatnot. I'm also gonna close this this YouTube app that's up on there. I'm not gonna be listening to that anymore. I got sorry, I do apologize. I got 24 minutes. There goes a bus climbing up, and they got rafts that they're towing, so they must be able to go up and then raft down, which seems like it'd be pretty darn cool, honestly. I just hate how everything becomes like a gimmicky, touristy thing. I can't stand it. Gorgeous though, ain't it? Baruk Yahuah. I can't wait for my baby to see this one. So this place is called Wolfie's, and it has a giant one-eye symbolism on its sign. It's like a hotel or something right there. I don't know if you got a chance to see that. You would have to kind of like pause it, or you could just Google it. Wolfie's. There's a zip line place right here. They got all their little touristy, off-roady type vehicles that you can go exploring on. Popo there looking to get somebody for speeding. I am not speeding. I mean, unless you count 2 miles an hour speeding, maybe he does. But yeah, next thing you know, he's gonna come pull me over. There's a big old bird of prey right up there soaring up on my side. That is so gorgeous. I think he's catching some updrafts off that rock face right there. Wind is blowing in that direction, so that's probably exactly what he was doing. 98, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure it's like 100 out there, actually. I'm personally not a fan. Okay, it's amazing that I lived in Arizona so long and I lived in Florida so long, but I mean, it wasn't by choice, to be completely honest. I guess you kind of do choose to stay in an area for a while because you get really used to it and then you just stay there. But no, I won't be back. I shouldn't say that because I will go where Yahuwah sends me, but please don't send me back, Father. Yeah. It's crowded here, dudes. This place is a magnet for tourism. Absolute magnet. They're just everywhere out here. Dang. Dangle. But everywhere you look in the background, these mountains and stuff, they're the same Yapa. You can understand, why it became so popular. Gelato, crepes, espressos. They probably have like street parties and things that go on down here, right? This must be like the whole Main Street area. Oh, Center Street. Of course it's called Center Street. They call it all of it Center Street, don't they? Seems like it. Bountiful and Salt Lake. Can't remember the other places that we saw it. They're all one big. It's all one big Center Street now. I mean, I'm joking, but I'm not. That's the thing. I'm gonna make sure I stop this right now because I don't want to lose it, and it has a tendency to take my videos away. So I'll be right back. All right, cool. Cactus Jack's. Sounds like a bar. Moab Diner, ice cream shop. The Virginian Motel. Fiesta Mexicana. Fiesta Mexicana. Lots of misting going on outside. They have outdoor eating areas that are misted and stuff like that. Hummer and ATV rentals. There you go, there's that. I wonder if that place is well, it's called Gilibertos. I don't know why it's Gili and not Gilbertos, but it's Gilibertos. Crosswalk, stop on red, on flashing red, proceed if clear. And it is clear. Okay, make sure, yes. It's confusing the way they do that. Redstone Inn, Bighorn Lodge. There's another one of your big red rock mountains right behind everything here. I'm excited for my mashpaka to see this too. I'm always thinking of them when I'm recording stuff and being like, you know, what would they like to see? Not everything is, not everything is always like all exciting or nothing, and a lot of times the sound was horrible. I do pull that the sound is better that I'm using these headphones with the little microphone, but I know sometimes it's loud in the truck, and when there's bumps, and heavy duty truck is really like, you know, it's not a Cadillac up in here. Big old truck, full ton, so you know, and you hit certain bumps, it's like boom, 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 and it can be loud in the camera. But yeah, look at that! Look how gorgeous that is. I really want to see what that looks like too on our TV. If you put it full screen and put it, you know, watch it through like a PlayStation or something on the TV. Some stuff rattling over here. Sorry about that. A little taco time. That's a trailer. Moab Regional Center, state of Utah. Regional center of what? Excuse me. Meat shop. Rim tours. Mountain bike adventures. Go with a tour guide on a mountain bike adventure tour thing. Mama Bear sent me a voice clip. I'm gonna have to get to that, y'all. I don't want to cut the camera off, but I can't leave my baby hanging unless it's unsafe to do so. But right now it's pretty smooth through here. 45 is the speed limit. Okay, so let me I'm just going to pause, and I'm going to give her message a listen, and I'll be... Okay. Now I'm starting to get overstimulated because there's traffic lights, juggling ideas and things in my mind. Oh boy. I don't know if I should pull over. I don't know. I don't want to have to do that. I only have 15 more minutes until I get to my spot. Gonna slide on over this way. Okay, looks like we just now leaving Moab. I'm gonna pause this, listen to those, and I'll be right back. Man, that's gorgeous. It is just so pretty up in there. Okay, so yeah, my Yapa Shah is letting me know that the flooding that's in New Mexico is a little bit, I'm pretty sure she said east of my route and planned area, so that as long as I stay on the route that we have already prepared, it should be fine, and that a lot of the flooding is happening on the res, which it's like infuriating. It's just, see it happening anywhere. And I understand that it's being allowed to happen as a type of judgment, but I also understand that there's powers that are able to manipulate these things and steer these things, and it's pretty jackered up. So they're, dang, look at all those big trucks. Dang, bro, you got a bunch of equipment that you're selling, equipment sales. Dang, that's a lot of money he's got on his lot right there. You know what I mean? And all that. Some big neighborhoods over here on my side. Big residential area. Spanish Trail Arena. So they probably have like rodeos and things going on over there, as well as auction. I'm thinking could be the case. And the colors are unreal. You know, the greens and then the reds. It's just, it's unreal. There's a multi-residential dwelling down here that's kind of like townhouses, but they're in like a, I don't know what you call that, Santa Fe style, mud style, I don't know, but they're modern, you know. They have the Spanish tile roofs and stuff too, and they match the background, you know. It's cool. I don't want to live in a community like that. I want to be far away from folks. It's not that I don't love people, it's just that I find it difficult to be around them most of the time. Especially, obviously, you know, the farther they are away from the commandments. And unclean things are very, very unattractive. I know how that sounds, and I just don't care. When something's Qadash and it's clean, I'm drawn to it. When something's unclean and it's not Qadash, it's wicked, it's an abomination, I can't. It's like being repelled. I can't stand it. You know, I remember doing the DoorDash and happened to go in. I know I can't think of the name of the place, but the stores where they like sell makeup and stuff like that. Dude, I feel like I'm surrounded by demons. There are all the little posters, the models, all the stuff that's in there. It's so evil. You know, and getting the daughters to tempt them to have to put those kinds of things, wear those masks and do those kinds of things. It's just, it's evil, bro. I'm just calling it like it is. It's just telling you the truth. I ain't hating nothing. I mean, if you don't want to hear me tell the truth, then aren't you hating on me? Tell me your truth and I'll tell you my truth. And if you can't listen to one another's truth, then you're the hater. You see what I mean? I still went in there and got the things and delivered it to the customer and tried to do as taub job as I could, being prompt about it, letting them know if there were substitutes, okay, because that's stewardship and I was working. But I'm just telling you, doesn't mean I had to like it. Doesn't mean I want to be around that kind of thing. I can't even stand going into Target and seeing the stuff that they have up in there. It just rubs me all the wrong way. You know what I mean? Hey, there's a HELI base. Isn't that meaning like helicopter base? Interesting, huh? So you got over here, you got some strip mining projects that go on. You know? I'm not sure exactly how you get a license to do that, but if you got enough money or you're the government, you can do whatever you want, right? Okay, so the destination is going to be 7 on the left, 7 miles. Interesting stuff over here. Not sure what that is. It's a little RV park. Imagine coming and staying in an RV park. I wish they have to spend for that. Maybe just getting like one little picnic table and a bunch of dust and being cramped. But anyway, so some people want Old West style stables. It almost looks like a theme park or like a movie stage. I don't know what this is. Is this supposed to be some kind of like water treatment facility? I can't really tell. Can't read the sign. Looks very private, whatever it is. Okay. Okay, so now we're opening up the speed again. Okay. I mean, think about it. I think the handlers want you to stay in RV parks because they don't want you to come out to BLM land and stay. You know what I mean? If you can figure out how to do that, you can find yourself a spot. You can make sure that you have your solar panels and your batteries charged and your freshwater tank rocking. You know, your black tank completely emptied out, and you can just go off and stay for like a week or maybe two, depending on your capacity. But if you knew a place, you could always make routine plans to go there and stuff like that. That would be really cool. It would be way cooler than going to a crowded park in the outskirts of some city somewhere. Just really actually be kind of like off on your own. And if you want to, pair up with a family or two. I mean, listen to me say all this. Have I done that? No. Our place is, we're living in it, you know, all the time. I'm not hitching it up and moving it around. So it's kind of a difference. I'm just talking about the people that go from park to park on like weekends or vacations and things like that. They can do those little trips in their own backyard. It just takes a little bit of research to find a place. But man, I'd like to nestle right up in there, go right up close to that slope. And maybe you could find a place that has some shade trees too. I mean, this wouldn't necessarily be the place that I would choose to boondock because it's way too hot. Like, way too hot, I think. It's only saying 93 right here though, so that's kind of interesting. And now there's some mountains behind, especially on my side, that rise above the tree line. You know, I wonder if that gets snow on it at all, because I don't know necessarily if it snows up here or down here, or however you want to say it, right? I don't know the elevation of Moab. I don't know the elevation of that mountain, but I can clearly see where the trees stop growing. And there is no snow up there right now, but maybe there is in the winter. Maybe it just recently all melted too. So we only have 3 miles to go, you guys, and we're starting to climb up into this mountain. So I think this is going to be pretty amazing. I'm excited. Big boy's got his flashers on, so I'm going to start scooching over now so that some zip doesn't come boxing me in. And they will if you give them a chance. Boy, you'll be hitting your brakes while you're on a steep climb like this. Worst thing to have to do, hit your brakes while you're pulling a trailer up a big hill. I think they said the GVR in the trailer was like 7,100, but the truck just goes like no problem at all, just right? And that's cool. I mean, it should be that way, right? It's a full-ton. It's a 6.6. Is it 6.6 or 6.7? I think it's 6.6 liter Duramax. I think the Power Stroke is 6.7, but don't quote me on it. It doesn't really matter. It's a 6-liter diesel. No, not V6. 6-liter V8. Oh, that's funny. I know, you knew that. But he didn't. Just saying. Sharp curves, 5% grade in a half a mile. Look at that little guy. He's a nestled little cabin right up on there. Outbuilding to match. Ruach Ha'Qadash. Okay. We got a bunch of rocks over here, both sides. And then somebody has like an A-frame or something up up the top. You can see the road right now, the road that's leading up to their place. In fact, you probably can see their place right now. Oh wow, what a view, eh? Like, easy girl, shift, do something. Hey, that's sounded really rough. Yeah, look at this rock face. You're not gonna be able to see it, I'm sorry, but wow. May you get something on your side that resembles that. Just like long, smooth, round, red, puff. There it is. Hole in the rock, rest area, 1/4 of a mile. This is where we're spending the night, family. Man, it's Yapa. It is, it really is. This is a great little spot. So may I be able to find a shade tree and a place to park. I mean, I think you know what I'm saying. There's a bunch of dust blowing across the road right here. Okay, so get ready, you guys, because you're gonna see out your window the main attraction. Alright, this is gonna be our spot right here. This is great, you guys. Baruk Atah. I'm gonna start putting up the window visor so that not too much heat gets in, and I'm gonna stop the camera and reach out to my baby, but I want to come back later. I'll take the camera down and walk around and go to one of these tables and set up my grill. It's gonna be great. Baruk Yahuah. Alright, family. See you soon. Shalom. It's not everything it's cracked up to be, but I'm gonna make the best of it. Like anything else, right? This looks like about the only access to shade I got. Let me jump down here and flip the camera around and I'll show you what's going on. I don't know, bro. It's crazy, like leave the world behind kind of crazy. So there's the truck and the trailer. This is a spot that I found some shade and a lot of garbage. A lot of garbage. I don't know what that is, a downed street light pole? Really? A downed street light pole. And y'all want to try to come out here and act like the site's under construction, like you're gonna do something to make it better. This is crazy. You see the orange fencing? Oh. Needless to say, I'm not very well pleased because the whole dang camping site, or camping, resting area is like off limits, dude. It gets, I mean, you have access to the building over there to use the toilet, but you can't get out the back side of it. You can't get to that picnic table. You can't get to that picnic table. There's another one behind there. You can't get to that one. Pretty though, huh? Look at that. Ain't that gorgeous? Yeah. All this, look. It's all off limits. There's a bunch of people throw up stickers and everything when they're passing through, I guess. You know, that little shady picnic bench right there would be perfect. And all the shade that's in this entire park is perfect. But you can't go to it. They don't come and empty the trash apparently either. Because, you know. So yeah, Even though, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not too sure, but that looks like, where am I? What's the big tree? Ah, here. Somebody's back there with a camper. I don't know, bro. You tell me. I can't like it, I'll tell you that. Well, so anyway, I'm pretty sure that I'm just gonna make the best out of it here. I actually grabbed my shower chair. Well, it doesn't matter. It's difficult to show you, but I grabbed my shower chair and I brought it over here. I'm just posted up in this shade, the only shade I could find that we are allowed to use. It smells like trash because it's trash. Freaking downed light posts, nobody emptying the garbage. They got the whole park up in construction. Like, it's weird, dude. It's all weird. It is what it is. Yahuah, keep me safe. Hide me from wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash. Looks like I'm going to be sleeping right in the middle of this little parking lot, you know. So, anyways, I'm going to start finalizing this video so I can upload it as soon as possible. There's not really a signal here. Hopefully I can even talk to my Yahusha. I tried to send her a little video and it's not going through. But, you know, there's lots of places where there's no signal because something is interfering with the satellite. Just kidding, it's a joke. But if I was in Moab, I'd probably be 5G, right? But I'm outside of it, and this is just meant to be a place to stop and go potty. Apparently you're not supposed to eat here or rest here. Baruk Yahuah. See you on the next one, I'm willing. Shalom.